Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the copyright law.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black Sumenta, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltomé. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep, Black Sea Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, it's money gang, gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lenny, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. La super rafina, la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. Yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Yeah. Saliste se empeña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. Yeah. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Tiene que respetar. Yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Yeah. Saliste se empeña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. Yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual. Yeah. Tienes que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cinco Mob, negro. Yeah, Cinco Mob, nigga. Yeah, Nero Luigi, man. Incas Mob, yeah. It's money gang, 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 yeah.
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito pa' que el mundo conociéramos. De esta parte mejor interprete que parido de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon del clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no existe patrón. Yo llamo, esa es la cuestión. Y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa. Plaza de Reyes, papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Mental. Hip hop peruano. Rasgo en la maldita base. Yao, yao, yao. Nah.
I created Drip Drop to save lives.
Yeah, man. Oh, respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't vayas the number 15. Rock, you en el estudio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no girl. Rippy day. Cali with a mama soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sitio no microphone forever never. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light. Some love them. I Rastafari my life. Some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Rippy day. Cali with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior day. Not a really thing. Oh, yeah, man. Y se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, y Lego. Not really easy. No. Pure nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us any tree. Tell if I'm a rasta, feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.
Okay, so hey, you guys can listen to me. Shalom, everybody. So check this out. Apparently, it's been rescheduled for 45 minutes from now. You know what I mean? Like totally last minute. I know it wasn't our brother Vega for sure. I'll explain it to you because I had a conversation with him 30 minutes ago, literally. You know what I'm saying? So he was ready, and I only can assume, again, I don't like assumptions, but you know what I'm saying? Based on the analytics of things, it was the JJ whatever that postponed it. A ver, give me one more hour to figure this out. So apparently the topic is we're Japhet now. Yeah, they got tired of trying to put us to Canaan because it's like, wait a minute, that's too similar, Eddies. You're giving them too much credit. You got to put them like way far from who they are. You know what I mean? So in the meantime, what I'm going to do is just to make up time, because technically that's what I like to do is make up time. I don't like to waste time. You know what I'm saying? So what we're going to do right now is we're going to kind of get going with the class, run it for like 45 until another topic in the meantime, and just stick around, family, because as soon as they go live, I'm going live with that channel. All right? So let's listen into something real quick. Let's begin.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
What up? Hold on. Okay, this sounds good. Cool. Sounds good, man. All right. Let me first of all welcome you good brothers that are here. What up, ETC? What up, what up, what up? Who are you? All right, let's see. Hold on a second. Bruh. Exotic tribe, bro. What's up, bro? Good to have you guys here. I'll give you guys some props. What's up, brother? I hope you're doing well, bro. All right. So, anyways, let me show you guys something. In this channel, and I've made it very clear to a lot of people what I do. Okay. It's not a BHI, not a dumbass 12 chart. This is not a Hispanic only channel. What I mean by that is because I'm always going to stick to my roots. I believe I've discovered enough evidence to show who we are, at least like who I am, but some of y'all don't believe it. Now, I also, don't subscribe to Christian shit either. So what we do here is that we teach that Negroes and Gringos together came as conquistadors, along with Arab Moors or Moors, white, black Moors, that's why I put that, fake Jews, Khazars, the fucking animals that I really dislike. You guys are man. You guys are just chosen people that do just chosen things and just like to chosenly destroy innocent, unchosen children, right? That's what you guys do. Black, white, because Khazars, Sephardics, and other nations all work together to destroy our indigenous heritage. Investigating biblical doctrines and destroying strongholds that are against the truth. Ezekiel 3:8, behold, I have made thy face strong against thy face, and thy forehead strong against their forehead. I need to know that in this channel here, I do debunk a lot of shit. First of all, regarding that Genesis 2:7, that's a lie. First of all, hold on a second. With that crap, Wakanda, you know how they made a big deal about it? Proved you guys what the origin is from that stuff too, exactly. And I had been calling out exactly BHIs that was going on, and I told you. That puto. Fuck that puto. After what he said to that old lady, bro, I don't have no respect for him whatsoever. All right, so in this channel here, I also showed you guys, and no one else does this because no one else does the homework, okay? I've debunked that stupid ass Willie Lynch letter that they so eloquently impressed upon us. Why? Especially when it came to BHI. So I'm just calling it for what it is. That right there. What else? The Deuteronomy 28. Okay. I've done that too. All right. You guys can go through these things. So today, I'm going to debunk this idiot right here. Colombianos once again. I don't know, honestly, man, what his agenda is. I don't understand it. Are you saying you're black like them? But then when you talk, you say them. You don't include yourself. And then what do you get out of this? If, let's say, what you were teaching was true, what do you get out of it? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you get out of it? So today, we are going to find out if you guys want to walk with me, or you can skedaddle the hell out of here. I don't give a shit. What I am going to do is I'm going to debunk these motherfuckers. Because that's what I am going to do, okay? That's what I'm going to do. So we're going to start from the top, though. We're not going to watch the video first. So in the video, what he does is he gets into this particular concept of, like, you know, California, Califas, Califern, right? All right, I'll get to it. So he references, and so do other people, these books, or this book called Las Sergas del Esplandian. Now, I am I could say a decent reader, not a good reader, a decent reader. I was going to say very good reader, but no. I'm a decent reader. I can read some of these things, but it will take time. So, like, for example, hey, fam, listen, just to be safe, okay? So I'm just basically killing some time, so to speak, all right? Just killing some time. The debate was supposed to start right now. The plan was to put some music, 10 minutes, and then get the debate going. And as soon as, like, I was on my page watching them, and then all of a sudden it's like, instead of 5 minutes till, it's like, 45 minutes till. So as of right now, it's about 30 minutes till it starts, which means, you know, he's talking about trying to start in 30 minutes, all right? So you guys can stick around, you know what I'm saying? Stick around the class, because you're going to learn something from me, but Brother Vega's going to tear that new one into this concept. You know what I mean? They got tired of putting us to Canaan, I guess, because they figured, well, we're giving you too much credit. So let's try to put them as far as we can from them. You know what I mean? But let's continue. Stick around. Entonces, el marinero, antes que convenía pie, allá llegaban con gusto la barca a las orcillas. So there is a patience required to read this material, which is why people translate this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, I want to bring you to attention as to who this guy is. Garcia Rodrigo de Montalva. We're going to hear about it. Now, between 1450 and 1505, you know what I mean? So obviously these wobbles, anything that has to do with so-called old times, and then out of reference of just something that just may be them, they'll work with that. Okay, so hold on, let me see something real quick, because I heard about something yesterday. Oh, yeah, thank you, bro. You had to post it on Facebook. It's all good, dude. Thank you very much. And you know, by the way, the reason I'm bringing this up, too, is because there's somebody that's posting on the channel, right? And they're all, like, just all over the place. Now they're Asians and shit. Anyway, so Las Sergas Esplandian. By the way, I want to let you guys know that in this channel, I do speak Spanish and I do read in Spanish. So we're going to read English and Spanish. We're going to read English and Spanish, okay? But I'm going to try to hurry up because I have my mom here and we're going to eat some pozole today, bro. Oh, man. You know what I mean? It's going to be good. Anyways, so in this book, you know, as I said, it's kind of hard to read. So we're not going to do that. All right? But what we are going to do is we're going to obviously reach other ways to read it. So now I'm going to bring you to a story here called Stories Behind the Myth of California. Now, in case you guys don't know, here in the States, when you hear or see something like the novel, you're like, oh, a novel, wow. It almost seems real. No, dumbasses, it is not real. It's like what we call novelas. Novelas are not real. They're not real. They're imaginary. And a matter of fact, they are made for what we call people que son ociosos, that have nothing to do and are just like instinctive and will react to shit like that. Yeah, right? So this is why, like, for example, La Llorona is not really ever been seen, even though you have people, oh, I saw her. I saw La Llorona. I fucking saw her. No, man. So let's reassess this shit, because guess what? This is what I'm making fun of this dude, bro. Straight up. And the reason I called him the Negro Master is because he's your master. He literally is your master. You believe the shit that he's telling y'all. And I'm going to show you like that video, which I'm gonna play at the end. I'm gonna first present what it is, and then y'all decide at the end what it is, basically. I'll say it like that. So let's begin. William Roos, PhD, by the way. Okay. So it's not Culomiados who lives in a fucking barn and shit and like a half-ass home that, you know what I mean? Like he ain't even got fucking drywall inside of that thing. All right. This is a PhD individual. So I think I may just kind of lean a little bit towards it. Plus it's confirmed. So let's read it a little bit. So let's read the story behind Califia and her two spirits. Now, I do want to say this, brother VTC, I really appreciate you, bro, because you do get it. You know what I mean? And what I mean by get it is, you know, you're not like just getting concepts just because you want to create hate. Now, bro, it's like you got questions. You know what I'm saying? You got questions, so obviously, you know, you're gonna want answers. So, brother VTC here, he's been posting stuff about certain things, about certain people that have been doing certain things. You know what I mean? And there's something that seems to be very common among these individuals lately. You know, so you may want to consider looking at some of these things here, right? So the reason why I'm saying that is because in the same breath, this is where that two spirit sister concept comes from. You like, instead of mayates, mayatas. You know what I mean? Like instead of that. All right, but let's continue. All right, so in 1524, Hernan Cortez was at the peak of his fame and power. I'm only going to read about 4 pages, so I'm going to hurry up. 3 years earlier, through his guile, luck, and violence, he had crushed the Aztec Empire. Now, we're talking about Hernan Cortez, who they actually will reference, okay? Wabos always do that shit. Now, and had crushed the Aztec Empire. The Holy Emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor, Carlos V, which, remember, in case you guys don't know why we have those chocolates, it's because, you know, Hey, family, you guys that are showing up. Okay, so check this out. The live with the debate between Jose Vega and JJ7000 was supposed to start at 5. Apparently, I know Vega didn't. Someone else postponed it. So it could have been the other debater or the the moderator, whatever. So as soon as they go, I'm going to go live with them, okay? This is just me kind of killing time. So, you know, since we're here, let's get educational. All right? Shalom, everybody. Matter of fact, let me do this before I get going. What up, bro? Good to have you here, man. Oh, IOCK. So let's clear this up. By the way, in case you didn't know this, bro, they took down our conversation that you and I had the other day. So you came to my live, which was a very progressive one, man. You know what I'm saying? Considering, you know, you've been debating these camps, and then you came and we came to an agreement. You understood that, yo, we are the Hebrews. So, you know, all praise for that. But here's a funny part, bro. Here's a funny part. But the reason why I'm using this book right now, I'm going to show you this real quick because this is interesting. So what had happened was, I mean, this live went on like at night, and then I thought I turned it off. I didn't. And then it just ended and froze. So when I came back in the morning, you know, do my morning thing in the morning, I checked my computer and I go, wait a minute, this thing is still on. And then I continued to play it, right? So then the brother showed up later on and we chopped it up. Well, check this out, bro. Look, it's not even there. See, look. It ends at 54, something to that effect. 54, 56 it ends, right? Check this out. And this is a live that you and I talked on, bro. Like, I know this shit ain't ghost shit, you know what I mean? Like, I know this wasn't a dream of mine. And somehow YouTube, because it wasn't me, edited that out. So basically, bro, whatever conversation you and I had, IOCK, right? You could literally say that never happened. It's pretty wicked, isn't it? Good to have you here, brother. It's pretty wicked. My brother Joe right there. Let me see. Just going through. What up, brother? Yeah. Good to see you here. What up, Kuya? Oh, my beloved, man. What's up, bro? Hope you and your family as well, man. You know what I'm saying? What's up? La Meshi. Let's see. Joe Ray, what up, man? All will be revealed. Oh, man, my brother Rick right now. Thanks for hooking up the Discord, bro. Really appreciate that. Okay. So we really appreciate that help. I think I missed a few people. Oh, Yahweh bless. What's up, brother? Good to have you here. And I think, oh yeah, Jose Valencia. What's up, brother? Good to have you. That's how I like to do with my intros, right? So, anyways, just letting you guys know that, you know, this is some serious stuff that's going on right now when brothers and sisters are actually building, you know what I'm saying, building each other's spirit to come to an agreement like adults. What ends up happening? The wicked comes in and takes all of that knowledge away. I'm serious. This is weird stuff, man, because literally we talked for several hours. There's 7 hours that were cut off from that. Let's go. You know what I mean? He's a Swati mofo. Let's continue. Appointed him governor, captain general, and chief of justice of New Spain and of the oceans. But his penchant for defying orders and making enemies, and indeed his impious towards the king himself, had weakened his standing. So we do know of this history, right? So let's kind of skip a little bit here. I don't want to supposedly hide shit because, you know what I mean? These wobbles and their king, their daddy, you know what I mean? This guy right here, their Negro master, they like to hide shit. And I'm going to show you how. So if we continue, it says, most tantalizing was a report from his trusted lieutenant, Gonzalo de Sandoval, excuse me. In 1522, he had sent the towns and the people of those provinces to bring to me all the reports and secrets of the land that he might learn. Sandoval traveled as far as the shores of South Sea, the Pacific Ocean, where he founded the city of Colima before proceeding north along the coast. Reaching the towns of Cihuatlan in the present state of Jalisco, where I'm from. The lords of the province gives him a report in which there is affirmed to be an island. Okay, so let's read this. Inhabited by women without any men. Although at certain times they are visited by men from the mainland, and if the women bear female children, they are protected. But if their males are driven from their society, this island is 10 days' journey from that province, and many have gone there and seen it. They also tell me it is very rich in pearls and gold, respecting which I shall labor to obtain the truth and give your majesty a full account of it. And indeed, Sandoval had returned with pearls in his hand. All right, so now we're like, oh, shoot, maybe this is true. I don't know. Let's continue. Cortez wasted no time, he says. I'm going to go get the gold. Even before he wrote to the king, he dispatched his cousin to Colima with instructions to look for in a district inhabited by women without men, where in a matter of reproduction, these women follow the peace practices of the Amazons described in the, I want you to pay mind to this, Historias Antiguas. So think about this. This is in 15 and change, 1505, 1510, right? So why is he saying Historias Antiguas? He is just referencing Amazon, referencing Historias Antiguas. So, and again, hold that into your thought because we will touch on it later, okay? Cortez letter was recalculated, I believe. Cortez letter was calculated to get the royal court's attention. That an island of riches inhabited by women, all right, who live without men might exist was not a new fantasy for the Spaniards. Oh, no, remember, keep in mind. So this right here, this dude right here, okay? This dude right here, Culo Mialos right here, right? Okay. So he is teaching people, right? In this book, which I just told you, right? Which I'm going to get to. He's saying that shit is real, right? Cortez' letter was calculated to get the royal court's attention. That an island of riches inhabited by women who live without men might exist as was not a new fantasy for the Spaniards. Okay, so now, second point. He called it a fantasy, right? He is not calling it a fantasy. They understand it is. However, let's continue. The Greek myth of a tribe of women, the Amazons, so not the Amazons in Brazil, dumbass. That term has been used in the past. So anyway, let's continue. Living on the margins of the civilized world was persisted through the Middle Ages. At the time the Spaniards arrived in the New World, an island of women was the subject of one of the most popular novels Listen to this. No, so remember what I said? Novels, novelas, right? Novels, novelas. So this is not real shit. At the time the Spanish arrived in the New World, An Island of Women was subject to one of the most popular novels in the history of Spanish literature. Do you understand what this means? First published in 1510, Las Sergas de Esplandian, translated the labors of the very brave knight Esplandian. So just to kind of interject, and I did read a little bit about this, and I think we'll read later in a bit if I have time. It's really more of this knighthood. And this supposedly Khalifa's chick, she runs off and leaves with his ass. Anyway, let's continue. Was the second of the two romantic pot boilers written by Garcia Rodrigo de Montalvo. He was a storyteller, man. Anyhow, drawing on old medieval chivalry tales. Las Sergas de Esplandian was a runaway bestseller. You see what I'm saying? So we have culomiados, aka curimeo, okay, going around telling people that soul situation over there in Califas or California, and that picture that they use, which is very recent, all right, that shit is real. So we're tackling it one step at a time, saying here, yo, this is the bestseller shit. Over 21, okay, first of all, romantic, written, bestseller, over 21 chapters. Montalvo gives an account of an island named California, which was inhabited by black women, which, by the way, I just want to remind y'all that in 1500, the terminology black woman didn't mean an Afro woman or an African-American looking woman. I mean, come on, bro. You know what I mean? Hold on. Come on, bro. Get the shit out of here with that shit. Anyways, without a single man among them, right? So they see, supposedly, it's a black woman or black women, that they lived in a manner of Amazons. The island everywhere abounds with gold and precious stones. Whenever a man came to the island, he was promptly killed and eaten. I guess they forgot to leave that out, right? Culomiados, did you forget to leave that out? Now, it says here, its ruler was queen named Califia. All right? So this is what Culomiados is saying. The black queen of California. Let's continue. In fact, stories of New World Amazons had been making their way back to Spain well before Las Sergas de Esplandian was published. Columbus relayed reports of an island of women engaged in men's pursuits in his official account of his first voyage. It is quite possible that these reports inspired Montalvo because he's a storyteller. In any case, they kept coming, storytelling. In 1517, while sailing along the shorelines of Cozumal, Juan del Grijalval expedition found a tower on a tip of the land that is said to be inhabited by women who live without men. When Cortés departed from Cuba to meet his destiny in Mexico, so listen to this, right? So Cortés, Hernan Cortés, remember. So he's like, shit, because he believed it. He believed this stuff. Okay, but let's continue though. And again, it's like everybody, every single one of us. You know, you guys believe one thing, I believe another thing. Some of us believe me, some of us don't, whatever. But it's like it's your belief, right? Whatever it is that he was believing, he had this book and story, and like, you know, I think it's real. When Cortés departed from Cuba to meet his destiny in Mexico, the following year, his instructions included, among other things, to get a hold of an informant who will give you news about other islands, and you will also inquire where and in what direction are the Amazons. All right. So we're seeing this so far. Okay. So it's not fake that, you know, he's bringing up a book or material. And even in this shit here, again, this is why I call him the Negro Master, because you guys swallow everything he's giving you, bro. Everything he's pouring down your throats. It's unbelievable. So you might as well call him Big Daddy. Anyways, so it says, okay, the soldiers with Cortés knew Montalvo books well. Bernal Diaz, let me read that again. The soldiers with Cortés knew Montalvo's books well. Bernal Diaz, who chronicled Cortés' exploits, recalled how at first sight of the great city of Tenochtitlan, the Spaniards could not help remarking to each other that all these buildings resemble the fairy castles we read in the Amadis de Gaul, which is his first novel. Now, so they're even referencing or suggesting that Tenochtitlan may be what these broads are. Like the movie, you know what I'm saying? Wonder Woman. You know, I mean, let's be real, man. What kind of dude ain't gonna think, hey, that's a good idea? An island full of beautiful women, right? Supposedly. Meanwhile, back in Spain, Cortez later backfired. So check this out. It gets interesting. The crown was certainly interested in pearls, gold, and new territories. Amazons are not, but authorization to undertake their quest was not forthcoming. Meanwhile, Cortez was called away to suppress the Enduro revolt, yada, yada, yada. He returns to Mexico. He found himself in controversies. Let me not waste too much time on little stuff here. Okay, so he returns. Let's see. Okay, so here we go. In 1529, now the dates change. Nuño de Guzman sets out with a force of more than 300 conquistadors and some 8,000 Nahuatl allies in the lands west of New Spain to find the pearls and gold of Amazons. All right, so listen to this. The expedition was, in the words of one historian, a genocidal enterprise. You understand this? So Núñez de Guzman, which again, they may be referencing that he believed this shit, right? You know what I'm saying? That he believed this stuff. Goes on the quest himself. Takes with him 300 conquistadors of 8,000 of our Nahuatl people, hopefully, you know what I mean? Or if not, sells, whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And finds the pearl and gold for them. They're looking for it. But it tells you the expedition, in other words of one historian, is a genocidal enterprise. Guzman attacked the natives' villages. So listen to this. This is why this is why I call him this right here, bro. El más puto, bro. This is why I call you, bro. That. Fuck that puto. Because you don't do your homework on what actually occurred in this history, that you want to paint a picture of some shit that is you only talk about the fairy tale and don't give the real shit that happened. Guzman attacked the natives, villages, stole their food, razed and burned their dwellings. Why? As he's looking for this place that you think it's so grand. Oh my God, he had a black woman, man, and tortured their leaders to make them reveal the location of their riches, of that so-called island that Montalvo wrote. And it says in July 1530, which is a year later, okay, so we're going by years here, he had reached Omitlan on the western Mexican coast, where he wrote to the king, I shall go to find the Amazons, which some say dwell in the sea, some in an arm of the sea, and that they are rich and accounted of by the peoples for goddesses. Guzman ravaged his way up the coast until he reached Cihuatlan, where Sandoval had heard of an island of women, gold and pearls. But the only women Guzman found were cowering in fear and clutching their children. The men had fled to the mountains. There were no pearls or gold. Such news might have discouraged another man, but Guzman, the announcement only emboldened Cortez. Now it was his chance to find the island of women and their riches. So that now we're going few years later, between 1532 and 39, he mounted no less than 5 expeditions. 5 times he attempted it, to at an end, all financed at his own expense, all ending in disaster and disappointment. In 1532, he sent 2 ships under Diego Hurtado Mendoza into the seas of the coast of western Mexico to find out whether the natives were adorned with gold, pearls, and precious stones. One ship mutinied. The second disappeared without a trace. The following year, he sent 2 more ships under Diego de Becerra to find Mendoza. Again, a revolt broke out. Becerra was killed. When the mutineers turned back to Mexico, they came upon an island they named Santa Cruz, where, according to all accounts, there were fine pearls fisheries. Its inhabitants, however, were a savage tribe of Indians who attacked and killed the landing party. As the survivors straggled back to Mexico, stories of the newfound islands of the pearls reached Cortez, who, in the words of Bernal Diaz, felt a great temptation to visit the above-mentioned Pearl Island. Now we're almost done here. The conquistadors now took matters in their own hands, and now in 1535, remember between 32 and 39, now in 1535, he set sail with 3 ships, 380 soldiers, and settlers for the island of Santa Cruz. On May 3rd in that year, he landed at the present-day La Paz, claimed the land for king, and founded the town. Then 2 of his ships ran aground. Waiting to return, Cortez ran out of supplies, and his men began starving to death. According to Bernal Diaz, in order not to witness these miseries, he left Santa Cruz to discover other lands and came upon California, which is a bay. Then it says, the men of Cortez abandoned. Well, hold on. Do you see this? He just left them. There's nothing there. The men of Cortez abandoned the Santa Cruz, clung on for almost 2 years, a miserable colony on the coast of Baran Peninsula, where there were neither gold nor pearls, let alone a queen named Califia. It took one more expedition in 1539 under Francisco de Ulla up the coast of Baja to convince Cortez of that fact. Bam. Well, so now, this is what I find so interesting, because when you do a simple Google, right? Because I'm going to keep going. When you do a simple Google, you're like, Califia is a fictional queen. Fictional. Wobbles, please tell me, you're going to let this dude here, rule your mind? You're really going to let him sell you some bullshit, bro? For real, bro? For real, man. Who? Come on, bro. Y'all adults now. You guys are adults now. It's a fictional story. If you look into this actual situation, it's really a story. And we're going to see some things real quick, because there's some history to it, right? Which, by the way, he kind of, I think he references or he ignores in this video here. Okay? So let's see. Reconquista, chivalry is what is actually the meaning of it. The character of Califia is used by Rodrigo de Montalvo to portray superiority of cavalry, I believe, in which the attractive virgin queen is conquered, converted to Christian beliefs, and married off. Did you happen to leave that shit out there, Colomiados? I mean, I don't understand why you guys don't actually consider thinking of where the hell is this even about? Or what does it even mean? It's a novel, una novela, way, like what you see on TV. You know what I'm saying? Califia is a pagan warrior queen who ruled over the kingdom of black women living in an island of California. It's convinced, raised an army, blah, 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 just like Wonder Woman. No different. You see the book? All right, so let's continue. Now, we're going to get into the Spanish part. Now, I think I can translate this. Can I? Translate. All right. Let's see if it translates properly, okay? It's just from Lecturas Hispánicas. So, you know what I mean? It's from Barrica de Letra Hispánica, some shit. Here, let me give you guys a link, so you guys can see it yourselves. Okay, so what I think about is like, okay, sounds good, man. So instead of listening, and this is what I would tell you, Wobbles, instead of listening to Horseface right here, right? You know what I'm saying? Instead of listening to your master, I would say, why don't you actually listen to, or maybe go to the horse's mouth? You know what I mean? Like, go to the Spaniards. Why don't we do that maybe for once and for all? This is from them. I am not making this the same. No, let's read what they say about this situation. Let's read a little bit. Hopefully it's all translated properly, okay? Again, bear with me. I clicked on the translation. But let's go. Prophetic spirit or sarcastic spirit. Dreams of wonder. It cannot be denied that the imagination, they were scrambled, excited. Okay? The discovery of America, gold, pearls, riches, sometimes the books of Calvary that tormented Europe. In the same critical epoch of the transition, they had a powerful influence in the minds of the end of the 15th and 16th century. All right? In the year 1493, Columbus speaks in the relation of his first trip from an island where only women live. Those who believe that it was a desire to find that California of legend so foolish as to capture an objective reality. All right, fam. So look, check it. It looks like going to be going live in about 9 minutes. All right. So stick around. Unless we get any other notification. So far, so good. It's going to be a good topic. And the reason why we're opening this channel here is because we have another channel which we basically call a biblical smoke, a debate channel that we're going to be having for ourselves. Because usually you see these debate channels, right? And it's the other nations. So some of our brothers been talking about this where, I'll be a moderator, right? I'm not going to debate or anything like that, but I will be the moderator. And I'll make sure to, keep things level headed, right? You know me, family, I'm very thorough with my history. So my attempt will be to also question the debaters, you know what I'm saying, fairly, to like put some doubt in their so-called understanding. And you know what I'm saying, I'm a fair man. You put me in a situation where you need I'm a fair man. I've never had that spirit of abuse of any kind of to when you gain power. So I'm thankful for that. Anyways, that being said, so again, we got about maybe, what? Shut the fuck up. Ah, man. All right. Check this out, fam. Check this out. Live in 18 hours. Wow. Man. All right. Look, I'm not gonna be here too long. All right. This is, oh my God. All right. You see what I'm saying? We were talking about this, family. You see, this is something actually for you guys to be mindful about. Like, pay attention to exactly what's going on right now, okay? This dude was supposed to debate our brother right here regarding our Native American Shem or Japhet, all right? Now, I've had a conversation with the brother. He told me something about how the preliminaries were going to be, and, this guy's agenda was really flawed. And now, 18 hours. Now, I'm not promoting this guy's channel to go and, subscribe. No. Don't even go subscribe. Stick around here. I mean, I'm not trying to hate on the guy. I don't know the guy. But, this is our channel. The point being is this, man. 18 hours? Really? Really? May 18th at 12 p.m., man. Boom, man. You actually called it, brother. You fucking called it. That's freaking amazing, dog. Man. What a sad story. I don't even know what to think, man. At least this totally took the fumes out of me, to be quite frank with you. I did not expect it, man. I was looking forward to this because honestly, I want to know what do you mean? Like, okay, Japhet, who you think were them? Well, I'd like to know what you're talking about because you pin us to be Canaanites. Yep. You said it, Guaracuya. You freaking said it, man. Shit. Fucking shit.
Fuck that puto.
Man, I'm so freaking bummed, bro. I'm fucking so bummed out, man. Shit, this is, oh my God. Hold on a second. You know what happened, family? This is what happened. You see, he went into the debate with, I have concepts of a plan. This is what he went into the debate with. You know what I'm saying? He went into the debate with, I have concepts of a plan. Concepts of a plan, but not a fucking plan. You know what I'm saying? And then when it's, I have concepts of a plan, didn't work out, then the concept of a plan just totally went, I have concepts of a plan, became a concept, but not an actual fucking plan. That's what I like to say. Hold on. You know what I like? You know what I call those people now? Seriously, you guys have no fucking root whatsoever. He realized he was going to get freaking roasted. That's what exactly happened, bro.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
This is whack, bro. Hey, this is mad love for you, Brother Vega. Even though there's one thing that him and I don't agree with. He says it's the old world. I don't agree. But you know what, man? That's the only real discrepancy so far. I mean, I think another one. But right now, for the brotherhood and the uniting together, we have to support each other. Now, if he was a Christmas Christian, you know damn well I would not fucking be supporting the brother. You know what I'm saying? So just get that clear. It ain't because you're indigenous or native that I'm gonna be supporting you. Nah, we have to be at least within the same mindset. But anyways, with all that being said, oh gosh, shoot. Oh my dear Jesus. I don't know, fam. For me, I'm kind of bummed out. But if you guys want to continue watching this, breakdown of me ripping a new one into Colomiados, by all means, please. We'll go another hour and change, and then that's it. But honestly, I did not, you know what I mean? That was not the plan. This was the plan. Today, was the plan. All right. So let's enjoy, stick around, and then we'll call it a night. Shalom. Do you understand that? Do you understand what it's saying? You know what I mean? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Vladimir? I think Vladimir, the Impala the serpents. Son más pendejos. Because you want to know something? They believe this dude right here, literally, this dude here, because he shows like a video, some pictures, a few sentences, skips, brings other things that support the few sentences that he reads, but doesn't give them the reality. So those who believe that it was a desire to find that California of legend so foolish as to capture an objective reality, although unknown, what came out of the pen of Ordóñez de Montalve has in no account Spanish psychology. Has not the account of Spanish psychology. What he's saying, because I read it in Spanish, what he's saying is you're not holding into account the Spanish psychology of that time, right? How do I know? Because it says here, nor the fact that it was forbidden to send to the Indies the novels of Calvary, because they had believed them to be intended for idle and poorly entertained people.
That's gonna hurt.
So it's like ocioso, gente ociosa, bro. Like, don't give people that don't do shit, don't know shit, don't read shit, don't give them things to get confused about. That's what it's actually saying here. Then it says, yes, although prohibition was flouted, it would never be so large as to be could form among soldiers in the popular masses. That atmosphere, which some pretend is excited, perhaps the most prepared. Remember, this is translated, okay? So keep that in mind. I can read it in Spanish, but I think I may lose some of y'all. So let me continue reading it in English. If it gets bad, then I'll go back in Spanish. Perhaps the most prepared, they could read the copies that arrive. And remember that the Pizarro could not read. And remember that Pizarro could not read. That Cortez was too cultured to let himself be led by those books. Well, it says he did. And that in any case, almost all of them or all the conquerors condemned such books and laughed at them.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Anticipating Juan de Alves Cervantes. If the Spaniards read the books of Calvary, did not do in such a way that they thought only of it, nor did they lose their minds. Otherwise, in the 5 parts of the world would be islands of capes, mountains, or cities, or nations that would not be called Philippines, God Ho, Mendoz, Mother of God. They would be Palmerines, Rogeles, Prima Leones, or Luciartes, Floriceles, or Orianas, or Amadises, or perhaps Urganda, the unknown. Like what he's saying is that, listen, if that shit was real, they would have not named these lands Philippines, God's Hope, Motherland, Mexico, whatever, or New Spain. They would have named them all kinds of weird shit, because in that story of Montalves, in case you wobbles don't understand, it talks about hideous animals, monstrous beings. Are you saying they were here too, bro?
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Nelly de Bangray, according to well collected at the beginning of the chapter, it says that not a single argument is given to support the humiliating theory. Oh shit. Yo, for real. Hey, listen, family. Look, I'm not y'all ain't my family, because you on that side. This is your big papi right here. No. I love you long time. This is what he says. This is a humiliating theory. And that is why he flatly states that. And there's little doubt our noble state receive its charming name, not in mockery, but rather in helpful anticipation, almost in a spirit of prophecy of the riches and wonders to be found. Like, hopefully, bro. It's like wishful thinking. Yeah, I want an island full of broads and money, dude. What dude would say, nah, I don't want that? Hey, listen, I believe in the scriptures, man. I believe in the Most High and all that, but I'm going to lie to y'all if I say, no, I don't think that. I'll be like, you know what I mean? Come on, let's be real, bro. Anyways, let's see how the Spaniards react in then before the books of Calvary. The feats performed only by fantasy serve them to refer to them as jokes.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
So, you know, culomeados, when you read these things, you're probably doing this on the backside, huh? When you go like into your bathroom and shit. Just laughing at these bobbles. I wonder if you are actually doing it on purpose, man. I sometimes wonder if you do it on purpose. It says here, let me read it again. The feats performed only by fantasy serve them to refer to them as a joke, as a point of comparison between the real and the ridiculous, or as a reason for ridicule, or to ponder on the incredibleness of some situation or enterprise. Hadn't I done classes on confabulation, simulacrum? You know what I mean? Like imposter syndrome, schizophrenia, bipolarism, all related. Sedition. Oh man, I know that's gonna hurt. Right. That's gonna hurt y'all. As a point of comparison between the real and the ridiculous, as a reason for ridicule, or to ponder on the incredibleness of some situation or enterprise, never to express the goal to which they aspired or kingdom longed for. A much less did they ever express collective desires. No examples are you can quote as a refutation in our thesis. Pedro de Ircio, who walked slowly without tormenting himself to seek danger, from which he placed himself to a good distance, and who told all the times of the exploits of the Count of Ruyena, his son, Don Pedro Gorón. This is going to make sense in a little bit. Check this out. Bernal Diaz de Castillo uses phrases in sense we affirm, putting them in the mouth of the conquerors, as if to draw the line between lie and deed positive. So he's, basically saying that he made sure to understand what is true and what is not. Sometimes that seems like a fable or enchantment, like those of Amadís de Gaul. But it is very certain, we were amazed and said that it looked like the house of enchantment that is told in the book of Amadís because of the great towers and the buildings that they had in the water and all the lime and pebble. And even some of our soldiers said that if what they saw was in their dream. And it is not surprising that I write in this way here, because it is necessary to ponder a lot that I don't know how to tell, see things never heard of, seen, not even dreamed of. So it's like, I can see people imagining things, and I could see buildings, and I could see that, but to write about stuff that I've never even seen or heard of, or even dreamed of, bro, that's stupid. They then didn't dream. Even when he used phrases such as those referred above, because there was much to ponder, and it was not well known how to express it in any other way, Diaz del Castillo excuses himself from using Amadís translated by his countrymen from Medina del Campo as a point of comparison. He doesn't want to offend them, is what he's saying. We are not surprised, in spite of everything, by the interpretation they give to the imposition of the name of California. Who wants to judge one's psychology with another totally diverse? It is true that Columbus, Cortez, and a certain enemy of it. Bro, you're right. Okay, you know what? Hold on a second, family. We on. Be on, family. Apparently we on.
Go ahead, music.
Here we go.
Yes, I'm going to be discussing about our Native Americans, Shemites, while my opponent is going to be trying to about.
Hey, JJ, keep your mic muted. You got to echo. Keep your mic muted. All right, go ahead, music.
Yeah, again, while my opponent is going to try to prove that they are the people of Japheth according to the Bible or whatever outside biblical sources he's going to pull. Today I'm going to bring out a lot of interesting information I'm going to be bringing up professors, linguistics, geologists, even testimonies from even Native American elders and chiefs themselves, all saying that this is the promised land and how the people over here are Mites or people of the book.
All right, all right, this is just the introduction. This is just the introduction. I'm gonna mute your mic and I'm gonna let JJ go. Uncle JJ, the reason why I muted your mic.
Yeah, you sound choppy, bro.
You got the flow.
Sound choppy. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Is this my opening or just an introduction?
This is an introduction.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, my name is JJ7000, aka Mendinka Mali. Over 10, 11 years. I don't know personally, but on YouTube and Facebook. And this topic has grew up out of the One West doctrine, where they're teaching that Native Americans are, from the tribe of Gad, and then these guys kind of splintered off, and then they created their own doctrine. Now they're saying that Native Americans now are all the Israelites. They're Shemites. So this is going to be the topic of this discussion, this debate. We're going to keep it respectful. I'm going to be coming with linguistics, genetics. I'm going to be going into cultural appropriation. Be bringing out people from the Native Americans, different tribe leaders that, are against cultural appropriation, that are mad at some of these One West doctrines, these camps that are disrespecting their elders and their culture. So, yeah. So whenever you're ready, bro. And yeah, I'm going to leave the other thing alone about what's happening on the other channel. But, let me just say this real quick. I mean, if I'm a $5 a month subscriber, man, you cannot be muting me. I mean, come on. We're going to leave it there. But anyway, hey, so yeah, I appreciate Jose Vega, aka Misery, getting in the ring with me. It's kind of hard for me to get debate. So yeah, may the best information edify you. We still get that 3-minute opening, right? That was the introduction, right? So I got to open it.
That's the introduction. Okay. JJ, log out of YouTube on your computer. Exit out of YouTube on everywhere. You don't want to have YouTube up, period. That's why we got the echo. When you got YouTube and the stream service going at the same time, you're gonna get an echo. All right, we got Angel in the building. And we got my boy Sergio in the building. All right. Are the Native Americans Shem or Japheth? That's the topic we're getting into tonight. Are the Native Americans Shem or Japheth? Now, before we get into this opening, I want to say, everybody, get your blunts. You know what I'm saying? Get everything rolled up. Get everything together. And we about to have an insightful.
By the way, I just want to add that I ain't promoting none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying, family? They don't promote this channel. That's why. All right. So they do their little fun shit. That's not what we do. All right. I don't know. What I'm telling you is that's not the way things are. But let's continue.
Subscribe to the show. We need the people in here. The people need to see this. We got two legends in the building. The people need to see this showdown. This Mike Tyson versus Ali. This is a heavyweight. This is the greatest of the greatest that we're about to get into right now. This is about to be one of those. That is gonna be making shows about it for years to come. So I need everybody to like, share, and subscribe, and let's get it going on. All right, 3-minute introduction. JJ, I'm gonna let you go first.
Hold up for 1 second. Being that he's the affirmative, shouldn't he go first since he's making the assertion that Shemites are Native Americans? So, so he should go first.
All right, Misery, I can give you 3 minutes to go first, brother.
I can go. Like I said, I can go first on the introduction, but then I guess he could go first on he could start off on the first round.
No, what I'm saying, if you're the affirmative, you're making the claim that Native Americans are Shemites, then you should go first.
You're the one that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, like I said, I'm going to be discussing about how the Native Americans are from Shemites and about how this is the promised land. Now, in JJ's opening, you heard him say that he's going to bring out natives that are going to be speaking against this One West doctrine and how the One West got these natives thinking that, that natives are Israelites. Well, he's going to have to substantiate my whole first round when I'm going to bring out scholars and books that came out hundreds of years before the One West even came out with this ideology of natives being Israelites, when you have Christians and even Jews that I'm going to bring out. And the simple fact that we all know that there's a religion even called Mormonism, which are like 6 million deep today, that believe that Native Americans are Israelites, and they came out 100 and something years prior to One West. So I don't even know why he even brought that out in his opening. And second of all, he's going to have to substantiate about these natives that are speaking against them. And who cares if they're speaking out against us being Israelites or not? But what they're not going to be discussing is who they are biblically. You see what I'm saying? This is a biblical discussion about who are the Shemites and Japhites. So I really don't care about him bringing out information about natives speaking out against it or not. Now, the problem the brother is going to have during this debate is after I start showing him all of these professors and linguistics and geologists of backing up a lot of these artifacts, these languages that were being spoken in Mesoamerica, all the way even to the Micmac tribe, which is all the way by Maine today, which is upstate New York, if you want to say. You know what I'm saying? He's going to have to go against the linguistic scholars that I'm going to bring out, showing you how he came out with a book, showing the world how people from Mesoamerica were speaking a Hebrew language. And not only that, a broken even Egyptian language, as they even claim. Okay. Then he's also going to have to show in my third round, when I'm going to start showing him about the language, when I get into the language over here, how we even have language which is called like the Old Negev, which even predates the Hebrew language, which they say that the Hebrew, the Phoenician, and the Arabic even comes from, which is basically is the prototype language, meaning the language that Abraham spoke in biblical times, and why we have those writings over here in the Americas, especially in places like Arizona. You know what I'm saying? So this brother's gonna have a plethora of things being thrown at him tonight, and he is going to be staggered from the information. And I would love to see how he's going to try to prove biblically how the Native Americans over here are the people of Japheth. And with that,
all right, Uncle JJ, he went for 4 minutes, so I'm gonna give you some extra time too. You know what I'm saying? If you want to go to 5, if you ramble off, I'm gonna stop you wherever you stop at. Uncle JJ, you got the floor. This is your opening. You gotta unmute your mic, Uncle JJ. Uncle JJ, you gotta unmute your mic. All right, waiting on Uncle JJ to start his opening. So he probably didn't even. Uncle JJ, you ain't even hear Misery opening then, huh, Uncle JJ? You gotta unmute your mic. We can't hear you. We're gonna give Mandinka Molly a little second to get his sound right. Misery is already thinking.
Running, dog. What's going on?
That's his opening. JJ has quit. Misery is already thinking. Just from Misery's opening, he think he made JJ quit. Okay, JJ look like he's back to life. Uncle JJ, are you alive?
Right. Here,
Unmute your mic. We can't hear you.
20 malt liquor to 11 shit, bro.
It's not. I'm muting. Oh, there you go. Yeah, this restream. I don't know about this, man. Can you hear me? All right. Yeah, let me do my opening. I want to share my screen in my opening. Okay, so I'm trying to share my screen. Let's see. Yeah, man. Come on. Let's see. All right. All right. So first off, how many minutes I get? 4? Can y'all see my screen? Let me see if I can make it look bigger.
That's funny.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Now, first off, ladies and gentlemen, the guy is trying to change the whole concept of this debate. You're supposed to be proving that Native Americans are Shemites, Shemitic, Afro-Asiatic speaking language family. We all know that Native Americans have their own language family. They have no connection to any Afro-Asiatic Semitic speaking language family. So, like I said, he up in there, you talking about the Mormon Bible? You're going to use the Mormon Bible? You can't even use the Bible because your narrative is already bringing you, saying that you're in America, Israel's in America. No scholar would that in his right mind would come to a debate.
I just went through a class. We don't even need to hear that. I'm just telling you, I just went through a class showing you the similarity between Quechua and Maya tribes speaking Hebrew. What the hell is he talking about, man? Silly dog.
Identity of Native Americans. And I'm excited to present my arguments of why Native Americans are not part of the Afro-Asiatic Semitic culture. My opponent may try to make a case based on some superficial similarities or misinterpretations, but the evidence will show that Native Americans have a distinct, Jose Vega, do you know what distinct is? A distinct and separate cultural, linguistic, and genetic heritage. Linguistics is very important. The language family identifies the culture. So in my first round, I'll be discussing linguistic differences between Native American languages and Afro-Asiatic Semitic languages. Native American languages are incredibly diverse, with over 150 languages, where Afro-Asiatic Semitic language belong to a specific language family with a distinct grammatical structure and vocabulary. So you don't know nothing about this. You're just up here running your mouth. Now, I'm going to show you that the linguistic features of Native American languages, are not compatible with the Afro-Asiatic Semitic language family. So how are you going to get up here talking about that you're going to prove that these Native Americans are Shemites when the language family don't add up, the culture don't add up, the location don't add up when you're trying to bring in the Bible. And then when you try to go to science, your head is going to get chopped off. Because in my second round, I'll be examining genetic evidence that supports the migration theories of Native American population when they're coming from this Bering land bridge. See, these people are more Siberian and Mongolians and, connected to Chinese people. Now, if you want to tie that to the Bible, we know goddamn well that these Chinese and Japanese and Asian people, they're not Shemitic. Native American languages are incredibly diverse. Okay, I read that. Hold up. So genetic studies show that Native Americans are closely related to who? East.
We can read what he's saying, and I'm not interfering with his saying, but it just sounds like, the same old regurgitating shit. So first of all, the source, okay? And then typical statements, all right? I would suggest for you guys to look at a book called The Nexus Spoken Language, the link between the Maya and Semitic during pre-Columbian times. All right, let's go.
Demonstrate the distinct ancestry of Native Americans and show that they are not part of the Afro-Asiatic Semitic genetic profile. And this is why these Native American leaders are mad. And you heard what he said? Well, I don't care what they think, but they're the leaders of your so-called Native American tribes. You're already out of pocket. See? And in the third round, I'm going to discuss the cultural appropriation and misrepresentation of Native American cultures by groups that claim that they are a part of the Afro-Asiatic Semitic culture. Talking about the ISUBK, the Israelites United in Christ. These leaders are, these Native American leaders are pissed. You're disrespecting their gods. You're disrespecting everything that they stand for. I'll highlight I'll highlight the harm caused by these claims and the importance of respecting Native American cultural identity, which this guy who claimed at first he wasn't a Native American, he was a Mexican, then he was Hispanic, now he done went over there, he a Native American. This guy changed like a leaf blowing in the wind. He all over the place. And you would think you want to come to this day, we supposed to take you serious, bro?
All right.
You already messed up when you talk about Israel over here in America. How the hell you gonna use
all right.
And then you talking about JJ.
All right, shut your ass up. Hey, you know what, man? It's so funny, fam. This is very emotional, man. This is a very emotional rant. There's absolutely no fucking knowledge behind this individual, bro. Jose, please be thorough.
5 minutes.
Yeah, but okay, but I'm opening, right?
Oh, no, it's not. It's 5 minutes.
It's funny, bro. This is so funny, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna stop
It's
right
so
there.
easy to
All right,
destroy.
So, I'm tripping. JJ is starting first. All right, so hey everybody, appreciate y'all for tuning in. Like, share, and subscribe. We got the Mandinka Mally,
Man, clean yourself.
champ JJ 7000 versus goddamn Debo Jose Vega Misery. Y'all might know him from the Ancient Watchman. Hey, it's going down. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Get your cup, get your yak.
Stop smoking, bro.
Get your Kool-Aid, roll your blunt, get your bourbon, whatever you need. Mandinka Mally about to start it off. These are 15-minute rounds, by the way. So we about to get a lot of information. So I just need everybody to see what's going on and take notes. You know what I'm saying? And at the end, y'all can come up and give y'all opinion. But let's get we're going first round, Uncle JJ. First round, Uncle JJ.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem with that, but I want to let the audience know I'm not the affirmative. This is what these guys do. If you're an affirmative, I'm not making a claim that Native Americans are shim. You're supposed to go first, but you want to see what I got. But guess what? Well, if I go first, you're gonna have to answer what I'm bringing out. So
what are you talking about, dog? Hold on a second. What the fuck is he talking about, dog? Are you serious, bro? Oh my dear Jesus.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. You said 15 minutes. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, my opponent, man, he's out of pocket with this Israelites are in the United States. Israel's in Utah. You better be able to prove that one. Since you want to put the place and all the Native Americans. The Native Americans is goddamn whole 12 tribes. The crazy part, these Native Americans derive from other Paleo Indians that come over the Bering Land Bridge, bro. They've been here for thousands of years. They ain't got nothing to do, their language, their culture ain't got nothing to do with no people in the Middle East, no Afro-Asiatic, Semitic-speaking people. See, so what you got to understand is who is connected to the Semitic languages and who is connected to the Native American indigenous languages. So we're going to start with the Semitic language. Then there's a branch of Afro-Asiatic language family that include Arabic, Aramaic, Tigrinya, Aramaic, Hebrew, Maltese, and numerous other ancient modern languages.
I think you are 100% correct on that one, Gorakuya. Hold on a second. All right, let's continue. Listen to him because this is too much, bro.
You talking about everything started over there? You better prove these languages that the Bible is speaking of and talking about the Semitic groups of peopling started over in America. You can't. In a large immigrant and expat communities in North America, Europe, and Australia. The terminology was first used in 1780s by Gotham School of History. The Semitic language is written form from early historical data in West Asian within East Semitic, Akkadian, Assyrian, and Babylonian, and Ebalic text written in a script from the Sumerian cuneiform. All right, I just want to give you a little. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but if you look at this map right here, this is the languages. Like modern distribution of Semitic language. You look over here, just distribution. Where is it getting over here to America? Where is these? So why ain't the distribution starting over in America, Jose Vega? Yeah, your name miserable. By the time I get done with you this debate, you're gonna be miserable because you got to show us on a map where it even Semitic language even started over there, bro. Look at this, y'all. This is all over in Africa, man. This ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn America. Look at this. Let's go back. Y'all see this, man. Look, let me blow it up a little bit. Look, Libya, all this, bro. Wait, hold up. All right, now let me keep going. Let me keep going, man. This 15 minutes go fast. All right, let me see. Let's go fast. Let me get back to it. All right. Let's see. Stop sharing. Okay. Hey, stop my time for a second. Wait. No, you ain't got to. We good. All right. You ain't got to. Let me get back to it, man. This guy's some trouble, bro. See, look, he don't even care what the people say. Now, let's go to the indigenous language families in the Americas, y'all. Let's do that. Let's see what we got. Let's see if they're connected over there to the Middle East over there. This is by EBSCO. Okay, yeah, accept all cookies. You know. All right. Now, the indigenous languages of the Americas. Indigenous languages of the Americas encompass a rich tapestry of linguistic diversity, classified in over 50 distinct families, totaling approximately 950 languages. The categorization of these languages can be complex, as traditional classifications may vary due to differing criteria amongst linguistics. Notable language families include Algic. This ain't got nothing to do with no. Hey, Algic, that ain't no Semitic language, brother. Look at that. Look at this one, Arakan. What that got to do with us over there? Look, Athapascan and Iroquoian, each associated with specific geographic regions and indigenous groups. When they say indigenous, that means these people were connected to this soil, the aboriginal to this soil. Research suggests that many of these languages may trace their origins. Watch this, it's gonna bust his head. Tracing origins back to just 3 root sources corresponding with 3 waves of migration from where? Northeastern Asia. What about the Middle East and Africa? These little languages ain't got nothing to do with no Semitic speaking people, bro. Now, what estimates indicate that 800 indigenous languages are currently spoken, the majority of speakers reside in South and Central America, with a significant number of North American languages facing endangerment challenges. In accuracy, counting speakers arise from the isolated nature. Look at isolated nature. They isolated, man. They ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and none of that, bro. Look, isolated nature of some indigenous community. They all by themselves. They make it comprehensive data collection difficult. The status of these languages reflect broader cultural and historical narratives, emphasizing the importance of preserving linguistic heritage. This is why this cultural appropriation is pissing off the Cherokee and all these other tribes. They out there talking about IHBK, talking about, yeah, y'all from the tribe of Gad. How all of them from the tribe of Gad, and the other one, Reuben, he got his own tribe, but he's Native American too. This is why this got to stop. Now, this brother in front of us talking about Israel is in Utah. Where is that in the Bible? And then they got a map talking about, yeah, I see the map. They got the Red Sea in California, but California is split off from the goddamn continent, y'all. It's an island. I don't know how it connect back. I guess they Velcroed it back together. While estimates indicate that 800 indigenous languages are currently spoken, the majority of speakers reside. Okay, I read that part. Now, this is published in 2024, y'all. So I got some up to date. So what are you gonna bring by Jim Green, MFA? You hear me? Now look at this. Linguistics typically classify indigenous languages of America in more than 50 distinct families, which I think I read that part. Okay, yep. All right, now. Ethnologues, an authoritative U.S.-based publication that collects and release updated information about the languages of the world. Okay, I don't want to get into that. More language families of the Aboriginals in America, background, origins, and codification. A groundbreaking 1992 article published in Scientific American detailed a new theory regarding the genesis of the indigenous languages of America. Hey, did it start over in the Middle East? You better get up here and explain that, because that's where the Semitic languages started, sir. Talking about the Native Americans. You up here making stuff up. This is embarrassing. Now look at this, y'all. The Americans citing research that suggests nearly all tongues spoken by Native Americans could be traced back to only 3 distinct sources of origins. This in turn implied that the Aboriginal peoples of the Americas migrated from Asia into 3 separate windows of movement. You getting toasted, man. According to the research, you better be able to come back. Do you want me to go first? He's not going to address none of this. I guarantee it. Talking about some books. Man, get up out of here, man. Some Mormons. You going to bring some Mormons with me? Come on, bro. According to the researchers who support this theory, the hundreds of unique languages and dialects that subsequently developed throughout the indigenous population of North, Central, South America, therefore descended directly from only 3 root tongues, one of which is spoken by members of each of the 3 waves of migrants who began their journey northeastern Asia into northwestern North America approximately 15,000 years ago. You gonna be able to debunk that? I think not. Now, while this theory has been conclusively proven, it's further problematized the traditional distinctions that group the indigenous language of the Americans into dozens of different families. But in spite of the evidence in support of this theory, you're already in trouble, bro. You're on the wrong continent. Hey, what the hell? You've been better off doing we came here to second entrance 40. They came here on ship through the Euphrates. You've been better off trying to do that 10 tribes. Come over here with that mystery stuff. You know, now you done made something up and ain't nobody gonna take you serious when you get up here. Tell me you don't care what the elders of the nations, the elders of the tribe say. You're already messing up. They laughing at you, man. I hope they scalp you, man. I don't mean it like that, but scalp your tongue or something, man. Get up out of here with, disrespecting your people. What's wrong with being a Native American if you want? I know last week you was a Mexican, and 2 weeks before that you was a goddamn Guatemalan and a Puerto Rican. Make up your mind. Now look at this, y'all. Typically, indigenous tongues to larger family units with language family typically being confined, y'all, to identifiable Aboriginal groups and specific geographic regions. See, Holy Vega, I know you're miserable over there because you got to deal with these geographic regions. You got to put the Semitic speaking family over here in America, and you can't. You know why? Because Algoric, the language also known as the Algorian language, include more than 30 different tongues spoken by indigenous populations. Natives of eastern United States and eastern Canada, widely known examples include Maki, Cree, Mohican, Shawnee, and Shawnee. What? There ain't none of them on street corners with no goddamn Power Rangers outfit talking about, yeah, that's right, we do. No, they ain't doing that. All of us is the 12 tribes. All the Native Americans and all the Native American tribes, he's saying they're Israelites. They Negroes, we gonna be the slaves in their kingdom. He should teach that when he's over there with them ancient watchmen, the races over there. Now, how about the Arawakan? Alternately known as the American language family, the Arawakan family is made up of approximately 70 distinct tongues and dialects. I mean, come on, the 12 tribes only got one distinct tongue, that's Hebrew. The hell going on over here, man? This dude out there fucking and faking, man. Now look at this. The Atashkan, one of the broadest reaching indigenous American language families. You was in trouble with the language, bro. When you got to bring the Semitic people over there in Africa and the Middle East over here to prove your point. You ain't gonna be able to do it, huh? Now look at this guy. Look how far it ranges, y'all. The Athabascan group of tongues is native to the large, expansive North America, ranging from Alaska all the way to the Rio Grande. Tongues in this language include the Apache. I like the Apaches in the movies, boy. They're scalpy. The Navajos. I know some good Navajos out there in Phoenix, Arizona. I lived out there for 5 years, man. Shit. Among others. You hear me, y'all? And look at this. The Caribbean, like the Algonquin language family. You in some trouble, bro. He's not going to be able to answer none of this. You should have went first. So now you got to answer to me. The Caribbean tongue, make sure y'all pay attention to that. He's going to do his little ad homs and all that. They don't count in the debate. That's back check stuff. Now, the Caribbean tongues originated in the Caribbean in the northern reaches of the South American mainland, but extended as far as northern Brazil. See, look at the tongues. Like, where the Hebrew? Where the Yahweh Bashim, Yahweh Shai, Balaka, Da, Kwam, Yasala? Where that at? Huh? Where the Khan and all that, Aslakia Ak? Where that at, bro? Look at the Eskimo Aleut. The Eskimo Aleut family is largely confined in the northernmost inhabited regions of North America, extending across polar areas of Alaska. They all in Alaska talking to the Native American tongue. He talking about they Semitics. Hey, man, come on, man. Why you get in front of me making this up, man? Come on, man. Look at Iroquois. Traditionally spoken all over America, bro. You gotta show this Hebrew. And then he got the nerve to say that they had the first Bible. Where is this Native American Bible? And how did all these different tribes put it together without getting confused? Huh? Man, you better go play, man. And look at this. See, look. Traditionally spoken in northeastern parts of the United States and southeastern regions of Canada. See, now we all up in Canada. We all down
That's a good point. I'll be revealed. It's a damn good thing I found that geographical history of Africa because it exactly explains the spirit of these nations. Anyways, let's continue.
Different guys, man, and some of your Aztecs and Incas cutting out hearts and eating people, man. Stop it. Look at this. The Mayans. Speaking of them, originating in the present-day country of Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, the Mayan language families include the subgroups including Cholan, Hustecan, Kanjabalan, Chicjin, and Chichan Mamin languages. See? Hey. I'm diverse in the languages. You see all the different dialects I can speak when I'm reading. Now watch this. The Muskegon.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
All right. Subclassified in Eastern, Central, and Western language groups. The Muskegon language family is native to what is now southeastern United States. Example of the Muskegon language include Creek, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Apakali, Pensacola, Tuskegee. You got to tell us which one of these tribes is running around talking about they are Israelite. We're going to wait for that. Since you want to get in front of me with this nonsense. Y'all been waiting for this for a long time, bro. You have too. For an educational aspect, you're going to be another pelt on the wall. Now watch this, y'all. The Sicilian language is comprised of approximately 24 distinct tongues and dialects spoken in southwestern Canada. And what's wrong with being yourself? Y'all got a great history and culture, man. And then when I get into genetics, you're really going to be in some trouble. Sir? Since you wanted to act like, yeah, okay. And the United States spanning from the coast to the continental interior, and the area running from British Columbia to Oregon. Like, I got so much information.
Is he really going through like basic fucking Wikipedia shit to determine his argument? Bro, this is fucking ridiculous. Us that actually study this shit, this is nuts.
1992. See? Lee Tana Hates, most popular Native American language in the U.S., Indian Country Today Media Network. You know what I'm saying? They go to the little thing right there, access to after 2024. I got to 2024, man. Native languages of American, Amerindian languages families, Native Americans. Y'all see it, man. The race to save, and they want to save.
You know what, man? Guaracuya, I ain't lying, bro. It really feels like an endless amount of time. This guy doesn't stop talking, bro. Shit. And it's the same thing. Let's go.
You can't tie the Bible into it because you're already talking about Israel's over in America. You're talking about some corn and all that. No, come up here with this nonsense, man. Like I say, man, shout out to the Lions Den. We peeping in. Hey, JJ7K TV. And I am still the HOK GOAT.
Yo, this is somebody's leader, dog? For real. This is somebody's leader? Like, people listen to this man. Right. The rant and the shit, right? Like, you brothers and sisters that talk to me, this is a leader? This is your king? Brah. So this is why, family, we're trying to get our channel going, obviously, you know what I'm saying? And it's not going to be on this channel, by the way. Since we're on that topic, let's bring it up.
That was Mandinka Mali, round one. That was Mandinka Mali, round one. Peace to everybody in the building. Like, share, and subscribe. You know what I'm talking about? It is going down, you know what I'm saying? Peace to everybody in the building. Misery, you ready to get this? Let's get it. Yeah, Misery?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to share my screen.
This is the channel we're trying to get going. Semitic Biblical Smoke, hashtag or tag out, all right? That's the channel that we're going to start doing debates on. Instead of this dumbass bullshit, oh, everybody get your smoke and some drink on, man. This is some serious stuff, you know what I'm saying? So anyhow, we're going to get to it. All right, just giving you a heads up. Waiting for Vega. Let's see what's up.
Got all the goddamn superstars in the chat. Shout out to my boy Martin. Shout out to Rich. Shout out to Angel. Shout out to all y'all boys, man.
Did you get the share?
Yes, sir. Steve.
What is that? I can't see anything. What is that? Hold on, let me see. Try it again. right?
I think that the moderator is doing that. Family, like showing us the background. I don't know. That's not Vega.
Shout out to the gang and them. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to the ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the people. Boy, Sicky Dizzy here with me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody.
What's this guy doing, bro? Yeah, that's what we tell you, brother, man. Like, look, listen. You guys have to respect. You know, every type of medicine that's out there. You guys need to respect that shit because that's what it does.
How about not? How about?
saying,
That's in public.
Yeah, you got to get off the Restream page and go to what you're trying to go to. It's saying.
Okay, hold on. What's going on here?
You're showing a screenshot of the dude. I miss it. He was showing a screenshot of the dude.
I was showing a screenshot of some dude on the screen.
Yeah, we could all see it.
It's a bald head guy.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, you did it 3 times. We could all see it.
Same thing right here. Another bald head guy.
We can all see. We can see your screen, Mister.
Oh, for some reason I can't see it. My end. Okay. All right, bet. All right, you can start my time. Now, in the very first round, as you brothers and sisters realize, the brother did not prove how the people or the Native Americans are the people of Japheth. The title of this debate are the Native Americans Shemites or are they the people of Japheth?
Right.
To me, it seems like he was stuck on trying to be rebuttaling man that he actually forgot the topic at hand.
Right.
You heard him bring up the Bering Strait, some argument about the DNA not tying in with the people of the land, and talk about me disrespecting the elders. Now, during my first and second and third round, I will be addressing those points thoroughly. Now, right here is a college professor named Craig Stephen Wilder. Okay. Now, he did a speech in Brown University, and he posed the very question that a Dutch lawyer posed to the Christians and the Jews back in the 1500s. Okay, and this is what he says. He says, and nevertheless, the Dutch lawyer Adrian van der Duke admitted pressure if the Christians were unable to reconcile the existence of natives, quote, the doctrine of the Holy Scriptures would be subverted and ruined. You see, this right here, people, is what happened back in the 1500s when these Christians and Jews came across these new people. This Dutch lawyer asked a simple question: if you guys cannot reconcile who these people are biblically, your holy book is ruined, meaning it isn't true. So this is when the Christians and the Jews all came with the theories that the Native Americans were in fact Shemites and that this was the Holy Land. This is why you see books like you have here, View of the Hebrews, right? Written in 1825 by Ethan Smith. You have Sailings to the Paradise, The Discoveries of the Americas by 1700, right? Sails of the Hopes, The Secret Missions of Christopher Columbus, the 10 Tribes of Israel, by Barbara Ann Simon, right? The Hebrews, The View of the Hebrews, by Ethan Smith. See, this is why back in the 1600s, you had, even like the brother was trying to mock before about the Mormons, that these Christians were teaching that these people were in fact Israelites, because the simple fact that before the discovery of the Americas, that they had a theology of the lost 10 tribes or these lost people of Israel, right? These Shemitic people. And this is when they started coming up with the theory, because they never came up with the theory while they were over there in the Eastern Hemisphere. Only when they came into the West, they started coming with these theories that these people were the people of the book. Now, this is from anybody. This is where the daggers is going to come about how JJ was talking about the Bering Strait. Just like I said, I'm gonna address his points when he was about his first round. About, oh, these guys are from the Bering Strait. They're from the Far East. Blah, 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 blah. These guys are not even from the Middle East, which I will address later on with DNA, debunking that. But this is the Jewish Encyclopedia, people. So let's go see what the Jewish people said about this. Okay? It says this about the Americas. It says, immediately after the discovery of Central and South America, the legend of the lost 10 tribes began to be referred to the inhabitants. Garcia in The Origin de los Medinos, 1607, on page 79 through 88, declares that the tribes passed over the Strait of Anal, the Bering Strait. You see that, JJ? Hold up. Let me get this straight. So in the first round, we all heard JJ trying to mock the Native Americans that came over around the Bering Strait, saying that these people come from the East. What is Jose Vega talking about? He's out of his mind. But here is from the Jewish Encyclopedia, which states that these people that came over the Bering Strait were what people? Let's continue to read. It says that he declares that the tribes passed over the Strait of Anal, the Bering Strait, and went by the way to Mexico and South America. He deduces their identity from the coward cowardice and want of charity of the Israelites and Indians. Both of these people, according to him, buried the dead on hills, gave kisses on cheeks as sign of peace, tear their clothes as a sign of mourning, danced as a sign of triumph. Garcia claimed that he had found many Hebrew terms in the American language. According to Manasseh ben Israel, now this is another point in the Jewish Encyclopedia of a Jew that came here to the Americas, claiming that the natives over here were in fact Hebrews. This is under the North American Indians, again, under the Jewish Encyclopedia. It says, Manasseh ben Israel, views were taken up by Thorogood and his Jews in America, London in 1650, and he was followed by the Apostle Eliot, and he in a publication 10 years later, that their views referring to the North American Indians instead of the Mexicans or the Peruvians were adopted by Cotton Mathers, Roger Williams, and even William Penn S. Sewell also gave expression in 1697 to the same views in a special publication. Charles Bentley, in his journey of the 2 months tour, declared that he had found among the Delaware Indians tracing of Israelite origin, and James Adair and the history of the American Indians devoted a considerable amount of attention to the same view, which was accepted. Adair was followed by Jonathan Edwards. A special work was written by E. Bendunant, A Star in the West. Okay, now also was followed by Ethan Smith. Wait a minute, Ethan Smith, James Adair, wasn't those the same books that I just showed you guys just earlier right now? Again, people, why are under the Jewish Encyclopedia are the Jewish people mentioning these books, people? This guy's going to have to start explaining that. Now, this is from a book called Christopher Columbus and the Participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese Discoveries by Mayer Kerslinger. This is by who, people? Let's go see. Who is that, JJ? Is that, Mayer Kerslinger, a Jewish man. Let's go see the same Jewish man in that Jewish encyclopedia. For those who don't know, he is also quoted in this the Jewish encyclopedia. But also in his book on page 96, it reads this, and it says, Montezino, who possessed a manuscript of Luis Lopez, the learned bishop of Quito, was convinced that the Peruvians were of Jewish origin. The view of Ronald and Gregorio Garcia that the aboriginals of America were descendants of Jews was maintained with many arguments in one hand the same year in 1650, independently by the Englishman Thurgood and by the Portuguese Jew Manasseh ben Israel. Wait a minute, you mean the same Manasseh ben Israel that we just read under the Jewish Encyclopedia? JJ, what are you talking about? Were you not prepared for this debate? Did you not know that the Jews and the Christians always been saying that these natives have been Israelites way before One West theology? What year was this? 1650? When did One West come up with this theory of this One West 12 tribe chart? What, 1969? Bro, you're like 400 years behind the information.
Great shit.
Now it's time to catch up.
Right.
And then over here it says, now when it scrolls down, it says, and for Manasseh that he had mingled in South America with Jews of the 10 tribes. Manasseh's book attracted much attention, and it was translated into Latin, Spanish, Dutch, English, and Italian and Hebrew. We could skip that. Right now, from the Lost Tribes in the Promised Lands, right, by Ronald Sanders. You know, it's funny, it quotes this, and it says that the same guy that we just read about, right, says this. Montezinos that we just read about, the Jewish guy that's in the Jewish Encyclopedia. He said, blessed be the name of the Lord, who has not made me an idolater, a barbarian, a Negro, and an Indian. When suddenly he stopped, those Indians, he told himself, they are Hebrews. Now, the JJ also said that I was over here disrespecting elders and stuff like that. No, nowhere did he said he had anything about him saying about elders. He said he had natives speaking against that. And I even told him in my opening round that I'm going to bring out my elders. We're going to bring out elders. We're going to bring out elders from and chiefs from different tribes. And they're going to back up my claims. Why would I disrespect my own people? But since you said I'm going to disrespect my people, I'm going to show you the complete opposite. Here is a book called This is What the Old One Says by Chief Riverwind. This is the brother right here. For anybody who don't know who this brother is, Chief Joseph Riverwind is he is a chief of the Arawak or Taino, or what you would call Puerto Rican tribe of the Jaguar. Okay. He wrote a book. And in this book, he even talks about how the Taino people have a prophecy about how how we would be basically invaded by Columbus, by 3 canoes, and how they would bring our own book back into our existence. And he says this one. It says, the old one foretold that the 3 strange war canoes would come to our shores, that these war canoes will be filled with pale-faced, bearded men who were Hikatui. I can't even pronounce that in the language, which translate to covered like turtles. The Latui would carry with them talking leaves, which would bring forth knowledge about the Creator. With the advert of these talking leaves, there will come a great destruction of our people and way of life. See, right here is a prophecy from our native tribes talking about how we would be invaded by these foreigners and how they would bring us basically the Bible back to our back into our existence. Also in the book, he even states this. He says that he said, I recalled having researched many different perspectives and arguments for the theory that the Cherokee of being Israelite descent. I can only speak from my experience and my memories of when this subject came up around the Cherokee elders. You see this, JJ? The elders. Let's go see what the elders say. He says several of the Cherokee elders from the Kuala boundary told me that they were descendants of Israelites. This is what the chief of the Taino people got when he went around fires, when he went to powwows with other chieftains. Okay, people? You know, and in this book, he also talks about the Navajo and how they have a prophecy about Christ, right? And he says that the old one well, hold on, matter of fact, I'm gonna just straight to the point. He said, wait, the old chief exclaimed, what is his name so that we could remember him, that we could sacrifice our people, so that there is no greater honor among our people that to give our life for another. The spirit turned and looked at the old chief with an angel's voice, and the spirit said, his name is Bright and Morning Star. Remember his name. Which were the words the spirit looked to the sky world and was gone as fast as a bolt of lightning. The old chief fell and kissed his knees, weeping and thanking the Creator, for he knew that his people would be healed, the way the old one say. Now, in this book, you have a prophecy from the Navajo of Christ. It says that this chief was told that his name was called the bright morning star. This is before any colonizer. That's the whole point. Revelations 22:16. I, Jesus, have sent my angels and testified about these things to the churches, for I am the root and the descendant of David, the bright morning star. Now, JJ is going to have to rectify how the Navajo have a prophecy going back hundreds of years before the white man ever came on these shores, talking about this morning star that would basically sacrifice himself for the people. Called the morning star. Checkmate. The mysteries of the Mexican pyramids. From the Tower of Babel in a manuscript written in Quiche in 1554. You hear that? 1554. That's literally like 400 years before One West came out. Several Mayan Indians and a Spanish translator, Padre de Zinos Jose Chene, had this to say. It is supposed in a manuscript that three great Quiche nations mention in particular that they are descendants of the 10 tribes of the kingdom of Israel, who Shalmaneser reduced to a perpetual captivity, and who find themselves and confined to Assyria, declared to immigrate. The actual text ran, these then were the three nations of Quiche, and they came for where the sun rises, descendant of Israel. You hear this, JJ? This is in a manuscript. You know, anybody looks up what a main source is, a manuscript, a journal, all this are considered to be a main source. You have to get around this, brother. This is Navajo grandma, right? She's another elder that this guy claims that I'm disrespecting. And she even tells about the story. And she even says this, that these men is that they walked about the crucifixion of Jesus. Me and those in the wagon, and he said that Christ walked here, blessed the people, and had taught them, and had healed them, and blessed them. And my people and the DNA people, they walked and talked with Christ long. Look what she says right here. Long before the pilgrims came. You see that, JJ? So yes, we have many of our elders that speak about Christ and speak about being Israelites way before the white man even came over. And she's the Testament elder saying these things. This is from the Hopi. I can't even pronounce this brother's name. Guru Rachapa, from the Blue Star tribe, right? Of the Hopi. And he talks about a savior that will come, who will lead the exodus of a people the exodus of a people into the next world, into the safe promised land. Doesn't that sound like Christ? Doesn't that sound like Christ bringing the people back to the promised land? They have a prophecy, beautiful testimonies of native elders saying this. This is, again, Joseph Riverwind and his wife.
Tom.
All right, fam, I had to run to the restroom real quick. Thought that was good, very solid, comparable to the fucking ruckus and sound that we were kind of experiencing and going through. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the hell's to think about. Me personally, man, I don't mind it if you want to be loud and shit and you want to say stuff and you know what I mean, you want to be boastful or whatever, but at least bring some knowledge. You guys know that I can get loud in this channel, you know what I'm saying? And I'll rant about some shit, but you know damn well that it's not about ranting. Let's go.
Pen and pad, because it is going down. All right, I'm gonna let Uncle JJ bring him back for a second. I'm gonna let Uncle JJ bring him back for a second.
Hey, look, I couldn't even hear none of this round. Look,
hear this, JJ? This is in
hold up, look at this round. But it's okay. It kept breaking up. But that's okay. Look, right here. Look right here. I kept telling you it's breaking up. Look right here. Look. Can't hear nothing. Can't hear a goddamn word.
Telling me he couldn't text him a message or some shit, bro. What is the excuse right here? Fam, listen, man, this is what I'm talking about. Be rooted or be destroyed.
It's okay. I know he didn't dress that.
Dumb people. Be rooted or be destroyed over dumb people that are on either crack, cocaine, tweak, smoke, God knows what.
Give me a screen.
Oh, what a joke, bro.
I'll let you know ready.
All praises, Joe Jose. Go, good for you, brother. Let's go.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate everybody in the building.
Like I say, bro.
Appreciate everybody in the building. Appreciate everybody in the building. All right, I'm gonna start the time when you're ready.
Wait a minute. Hold up. All right. Yeah, bro. I couldn't hear like 3 or 4 minutes of his round, so I don't know if he addressed.
You good, Uncle JJ? You good, Uncle JJ? Just stay your screen. We ready. Uncle JJ. Just stay your screen. We ready.
Yeah. Let me try to get back up here. All right. Oh man,
Hey, fam, I'm gonna tell you something, man. Y'all need to start realizing that people have a spirit, and this brother right here has a spirit. This brother right here has a wicked fucking spirit, and I'm not saying wicked like he'll murder you. No. Like he is very. You see his eyes, bro. There's no soul in his ass, so to speak, or his spirit is taken over by something else. This is not. Look. Just pay attention. Listen. Don't listen to the ruckus. Pay attention to how he moves, how he says. Like, close your eyes and try to listen for a moment of the frequency in his voice. You understand what I'm saying? The sound is
building up our brain.
Have a very,
you know what I'm saying, getting that information out. All right, when you share your screen,
I mean, just pay attention and discern. Use your spirit.
All right, they going in on the chat. They going in on the chat.
Pay attention, family. Discern the spirit. Close
All right, Uncle JJ, you had your screen shared at first, and it was on your email. So just share your screen when you're ready, and we'll know you're ready. You got an echo, so that's why I got your mic muted. Peace to everybody out there. Peace to the chat. You ready, Uncle JJ? Share your screen.
Yeah, now, bro. Is my screen sharing?
Sir. No, sir.
Hold up. Yeah, I got you. I got you, sir. It just got miserable for you.
Also, you got to be mindful, man. He's not young. He's an old man.
What a priest.
I don't even know what just occurred. Just got miserable for misery, aka Jose Vic. What is
Hold on. JJ, unmute your mic.
Hey, family, you see what I'm saying? This is exactly why it's so important to understand.
All right, go ahead, JJ.
Up some knowledge.
All right,
you guys know.
All right, come on, man.
And I'm glad that you listen to this channel, because at least you get somebody that brings knowledge, understanding.
Come on, bro. No, you gonna have to do better. Hold up.
Debater. Some of us
you have to do better. Can y'all see my screen?
Some of us are debaters. Like, let me shut him up, because there's nothing that he's going to say right now. Some of us are teachers. Some of us are debaters. This brother right here is a very great debater, and I believe I'm a good teacher. Right? I don't want to say great, because only other people can say that. So we all got gifts, but right here, bro, we bring sources. This here is fucking stupidity.
This, y'all. This is the history of Israel, Native Americans by Louis Y. Avery, Fort Worth, Texas. It has always been my belief that Native Americans were descendants of Japhet, one of the 3 sons of Noah. This article states that peoples and the nations of Japhet were Simeon of Crimea, Germany, and these peoples, Denmark, and the peoples of Capethians, Armenians, Turkey, possibly Tuscat, Georgia, and her peoples, Russia, and the Russian people. That's how they come on that land bridge. The Tharcians and the Etrusians, the Persians, the Medes, the Indians, and possible founded by the Aryans. But okay, where's the part I need to get? Hold up, this is the right.
Did he just fucking do that shit right now, family? Did he just do that on a live debate? Oh shit!
Hold on, here we go. Let's read this. Let's read this right here. All right, let's read this. Okay, so of course, the following centuries, Japhet descendants migrated to the Americas, ladies and gentlemen. See, you in some goddamn trouble. Now, what he gonna prove to show the trail? I'm gonna show you a trail. I already just bust his head with linguistics and the language families. The Semitic language is over in the Middle East and over in Africa. It ain't got nothing to do with no goddamn Native American languages, the ones that I pointed out in the first round. You come up here with books and articles, coloring books and Kool-Aid. You get in front of me. You gotta be ashamed of yourself. I see you got your little racist people in the audience calling us black Canaanite dogs. But guess what? The Israelites was part of the Canaan. You idiots. Now let's keep it going, bro. That way you know you ain't these people.
The Israelites were not Canaan, dumbass.
Americas, where they encountered the Native American descendants of Ham. In the article written by Stephen Collins entitled The Israelite Origin of the Scythians, he states that they inhabited or arrived in the region of South Russia about 700 BC, according to the Encyclopedia Americana.
Wait, hold on a second. But he's saying that natives are Japhet. Now is this article saying that natives are Hamitic? What the fuck?
Assyrian documents place their appearance at the shores of Lake Urima, just south of Armenia. So he ain't giving you no kind of route, no trail or nothing. Like I say, you would have been better off going with that. They came here on ship. Second address 45 and 50 say they came through the Euphrates. They took my whole year and a half to get here. That's what you should have did. You see what I'm saying? Look at this. The time thing will say, here it is right here, sir. Here go the debate. I already showed you connection. I built it up to show you that there is no connection between no Afro-Asiatic, Shemitic-speaking language family of people, and you got the Native American language family. I named the Native American, the four major Native American families. They got nothing to do with Afro-Asiatic, Shemitic-speaking people. Now look at this, y'all. The Assyrian documents place their appearance in the shores of Lake Urima, just south of Armenia, in the time of King Sargon, 722 to 705 BC. Misery. A date which closely corresponds with that of the first establishment of the first group of Scythians in southern Russia. Let's keep it going, man. Now look at this. It is also known or believed that the Mongoloids, look at this. This your people, Jose Vega, that were descendants of the Scythians. You Japhet, man. Get up out of here. It's called corporate appropriation. Now you're stealing from everybody else. See, who were noted horsemen.
We're getting deported, but we're stealing from everybody else. Holy shit.
The Alaskan natives, sir. There you go. Welcome home. You know that come home to Jamaica, come home to Alaska. Freeze your ass off. We'll cross the land bridge to America. You can't debunk no land bridge. You ain't smart enough. You ain't went to school. You don't know nothing about no genetics. You're up there making up Israel's in America. You's a joke. And the rest of your whole goddamn ancient Watkins. The rest of you, they stole the doctrine from goddamn these One West idiots. Now y'all have made it worse. You ain't got no scholar talking about no Israelites in Utah and the goddamn Red Sea in California. Bring that up. We waiting. You want me to go first. This your dumbass argument. Now you ain't answered nothing about that language family and nothing I said in the first round. You just went on your own goddamn way. This is what these debaters do, man. You get in front of me, you better be prepared. Now, this will happen. They'll cross the land bridge to America and settle the shores of Americas. See? These were the first Native American descendants of Japhet who migrated through and settled the U.S. See? These were the Native Americans who first appeared from the crossings of the land bridge to become the Comanche, the Lakota, the Sioux, and many northern Native American Canadian Indians and Native American. He don't know nothing about his own history, y'all. Up here trying to claim somebody else's stuff. Man, sit down somewhere. Now, from the descendants of Ham, I see no correlation of the people that are listed as peoples or nations of Ham descendants to populate the American continent, and no leap to become the Native American people. The closest in geographical promiscuity to inhabitants, origins of the Native Americans can only have come from the descendants of who? Japhet, being the Scythian origin. And you see, bro, I told you, man. You just sat up here and got up here and embarrassed yourself, your chiefs and everybody laughing at you, man. Let's keep going, man. It was a joke. You're a joke, bro. You've been one when it comes to scholarship. I don't know you personally, but scholarship, you just.
Listen, family, and you know what? It's not like he's going to say much after this suck. He just uses one picture and just talks and 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 talks. You see, that's what happens with these people, right? But they don't provide no sources. Like they don't even actually go through the sources and read exactly what they're saying and then define what it is. He's using one fucking page. He's been sitting on this for like what, 10 minutes already.
Two populations. Here's the key finding between the Asians.
The same shit,
right? You gotta be ashamed. What's wrong? If I was a Native American or Asian, I'd be like, what's wrong with being a Native American? Tonto and them, they in movies never.
Why can't you just like accept who you are and stop arguing with me? You know, that's weak, bro.
Man, y'all had great chiefs and warriors, bro. So what's wrong with you? But let me teach you something. Genetic markers, haplogroup Q-M242. This genetic marker is found in many Native American populations. It's also common. And where? What that say right there, sir?
Uncle JJ.
Oh, here we go. What?
I'm gonna stop your time. They say your screen not changing.
Man, come on. So y'all ain't heard a word I said.
We heard everything you said.
All right, so my screen ain't changing because I ain't going up and down. Can you see it go up and down right there? Can y'all see that?
No, sir.
They're like, hey, bro, like your screen ain't changing. They're like, nah, I ain't changing shit. I'm sticking to this theory.
All right. It just moved right there.
All right.
Too funny.
Moving now.
All right, yes, sir.
Moving
yes,
now.
Sir. All right, yes, sir.
All right, no, okay. I'm good because technical problems happen in debate. No big deal. But did they hear what I said? Should I start my time over and beat them up again?
Yes, sir.
What should I do?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So start my time over? Y'all didn't hear me from the first?
We heard everything you said. Your screen was still the same.
Okay. But y'all heard me. Okay. Do y'all want me to go back and show you what it was or what? I mean,
yeah, it's up to you. I'll take 30 seconds off.
Okay, wait. So stop the time. You want me to go back to the last page, right? Okay, we can do that. Is that what y'all want? All right. See now, I mean, this a lot. Okay. I tell you what. So y'all, oh man, this is crazy. Okay,
Uncle JJ, you keep doing what you're doing. And last time you screen, nothing changed.
Okay, but y'all seen?
I don't know how far back it was. So you ain't gotta. I'm not telling you to go back. You know what I'm saying?
You want to start? You want me to start back over, man? I can, bro, because I want this information. I want to know. We didn't hear it. He didn't show the source and all. I don't want none of that.
Just go back to like 2 minutes ago. We heard everything. The screen stopped moving like 2 minutes ago.
But did the ear stop? Did the ear stop hearing what I was saying? That's all I need to know.
Uncle JJ, your sound is good.
Man, y'all messing my flow up. Okay, let me.
We heard everything you said.
All right, man, damn. All right, it's a flow to this when you.
Bro, brother Vega, brother, I get, I will call you tomorrow, but you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. 5 years to wait for this shit, dog, and this is what you ended up with to deal with that? This is great.
Markers of Asians found in Native Americans indicate a shared ancestry between two populations. Here's the key findings. Now, genetic markers, we dealing with genetics now. The haplogroup Q, MT42. This genetic marker is found in many Native American populations and also common in where? Siberia in East Asia. Huh? So wait. So y'all didn't hear me about the Japhet thing. Y'all didn't hear none of that, right?
We heard everything you said.
All right. That's all I want to know. You better deal with that, sir. Scythians. You better deal with
Too funny, bro.
You bringing out books and comic books and coloring books and skipping around, ain't opening the book, ain't told nobody who the book was by. You're not qualified to be in the ring with me. Now look at this, y'all. The haplogroup QM42, this genetic marker is found in Native American populations and also common in Siberia. It crossed the land bridge, sir, in East Asia is believed to have originated in central Siberia and migrated to the Americas through the Bering Strait. Huh? Haplogroup C-M217. This marker is found in some Native American populations, particularly in Nidine speakers. And also, he can't even pronounce his own people.
Sake of not listening to, monkey redness and shit, and I don't mean it because of nationality, just like, monkeys talk like that. Like they fucking talk like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not saying it about nationality. You know what I mean? Because I call Donald Trump orange orangutan. So how come nobody ever calls me out on that? So anyways, the point being is this. So he wants to bring DNA, right? Okay. Sounds good. Now, you guys that know this channel, you guys already know that I showed my DNA. And it shows that my DNA has been here for more than 2,000 years. And my haplo happens to come from that region of where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Padam Aram, originated from. Here he wants to say haplo Q, but guess what? Haplo R, oh, I'm sorry, haplo Q is a branch of haplo R. Watch, and I didn't leave nothing out. Look, watch, she's gonna say some dumb shit.
Look at it. The initial migration from humans to the Americans believed to have occurred around 20,000 to 14,000 years ago, and some studies suggest that the migration may have happened as early as 36,000 years ago. Gene flow. You ain't talking about none of this.
So how can you say that science and at the same time call people Japhetic? That's fucking dumb. You can't say Japhetic, Shemitic, or fucking Hamitic and then go and do some science bullshit because that predates the Bible, you dumbass. Fuck, man.
You just stop being, go be a Bengals fan or something, man. Stop trying to be the Lions fan. You know, we the Lions over here, bro. What you doing? Now look at this, y'all. Pacific populations. Nandi speakers such as the Navajo. So you don't even know what the Nandi speakers are. He ain't brought none of that up, y'all. He said, well, the Navajo speak Hebrew, and how you even he's dismissing the Hebrew too, y'all. Talking about they got the first Bible. We ain't gonna bring that. Where the Bible? What's it called? I bet you if I ask all these goddamn different Indian sets, they ain't gonna have a name for it. They're gonna have a different story. You see, she said that this sounds like Jesus. You got to come up here with videos and look and shit, man. Get up out of here, man. Now look at this.
You dumbasses that believe in that 12-type chart, you came out of this motherfucker's nutsacks, bro? For real? You're a sad case.
Migration event. Now, the Inuit and the Aleut populations show a genetic he didn't give you no populations where they up there saying, yeah, I wish y'all be hot at you, but I can die. You ain't doing none of that, sir. He's up here making stuff up. And that you did some with a look and shit video with the women dressed like Pocahontas pointing to the goddamn wall. You about as bad as Jabari and them when they go over to Kemet, pointing at the wall and they can read the shit. Now look at this, y'all. The Inuit and the Aleut population, none of them can read Hebrew. Where y'all ancient man?
Is this even like an actual writing, or is this somebody posting this shit and then he just used their post? Like, that's what I think it is, bro. This is fucking silly.
It's distinct from other Native American populations with high frequencies, the haplogroup Q-M242. And look at the shared ancestry, y'all. You gotta be ashamed of yourself, Vega. And look at this. East Asian ancestry. Native Americans share a significant amount of genetic ancestry with the East Asian population, indicating a common ancestry, an ancient North Eurasian ancestry. Native American also show genetic affinities of ancient North Eurasian, Paleolithic, Siberian population. What's wrong with being Siberians, bro? What's wrong with you, man? Shit. I know it's cold over there. Get your ass.
If this is what they bring to the table to debate, supposedly some big ass hardcore debater, bro. No wonder they don't want to debate my ass, man. Shit. I would fucking annihilate you dumbasses, man. Because there's no angle that I have no idea of that you can bring to the table. You see, because I know the table completely to every diameter. And you're going to tell me this is the shit that we're dealing with, bro? Let's go.
Fairy tale books of the Mormons. And come on.
See that? Like, I actually pause it because I know he gets tired of hearing this shit.
EMC Pop Map Central, ladies and gentlemen.
See what I'm saying? Like, he's using his emails. He's using people's posts. Like, is he fucking teaching anything? Bro, this is crazy.
Hold up. I know that my time ain't up that fast, bro. Come on.
Well, what are you talking about, bro? Dude, that was endless. It sounded like you were talking for a fucking hour and you still think it's not over, bro. Serious. Dude, you kids are not sane. Your kids are fucking insane from hearing your shit. Let's go, Vega.
Relax mode in the debate, but I get it. I'm having technical problems.
I'm a moderator.
All right, I'm a moderator. Let me know. I'm glad you told me. Okay,
he's a moderator. He's keeping track.
He's getting his work. Yeah, my time stop?
Yes, sir.
You stop my time? Yes, all right. Hey, y'all hit that like, share, subscribe. The Super Wavy. And the Lions Den and JJ7K TV. All right, let me get it back up here, man. Shit. Hey, I don't know why you got in front of me with this. Look, you want me to? I already showed you the Siberian and Native American connection. Let's go over here, man.
I seen the email.
Okay, well, let me see if it pop over. Is it gonna pop over? It should pop out. Can you see it?
When you were sharing your screen, when you was talking, I don't know if
And Listen, fam, nobody wants to invite me to a debate table or anything like that, right? You know, there's some people that have attempted to debate me and say, okay, let's do it. And I do it live and they don't ever show up. But if this is what I'm anticipating, oh, fucking shit. Oh, gosh darn it. It's going to be like a college, like scholar compared to a fucking child.
That's not the time. Thing.
Hey, Titan McClocker, yeah, you my number one fan. I know you are. I know you are, sir. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, my friend. I'm gonna teach you who you are. Now, can y'all see this? Can y'all see this?
Yes, sir.
Time was up.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I thought your time was
now,
up.
see, I know you're in the audience, man. You know.
You see what I'm saying, fam? This is exactly why we want to create our channel. This is exactly why it's important to create our channel. The debate channel. The biblical smoke. Hash out or tag out. I'm almost done, honey. Hash out or tag out, okay? Which is because of this shit right here. Like, what are we doing here?
Man. Look at
like, he's getting extra time. Like, he's getting extra time. Like, the guy just told him, hey, time's up. Oh, uncle, whatever. Uncle Jay. Uncle Jay. Nah, man, we're going to do this right. We're going to do it live.
You see this?
Look, he's still
going with the champion, man. Look, the origins of Amerindians. See, I know you.
You know why? Because apparently, I feel like you didn't give me enough time. Okay, let me make it feel better. Hopefully, he does the same shit for our brother. But again, our brother knows thoroughly how to debunk all this bullshit, and they don't even need that much time. Let's go.
See, man, this is bad. Look at the classical three-way theory of American peopling through the Beringia was based on a mixed anthropological and linguistic methodology. See.
Once again, if you want to see, this is why I want to debate people like him, because he's been like, oh yeah, you're so okay, sounds good. You want to do his DNA? I'm gonna show you my DNA. Show me your fucking DNA. Show me your fucking DNA, because I got my DNA. Where's your DNA?
For the people in waves and placing people's interest among other related issues. In the present review, we have gathered most available HLR data already obtained by the first Native American population, which raised some doubts about the classical three waves American people hypothesis. In summary, our conclusion is Northwest Canadian Athabascans have a gene flow with close to neighboring populations, the Amerindians, the Pacific Islands, including East Australians and Siberians. There they go again. Beringia was probably not the only interest of people in America. Pacific Ocean boat trips may have contributed to the HLA genetic American profile, or the opposite could be true. The American Indian interest to the American may have been different to that of the Athabascans and the Eskimos. Where is these Semitic speaking goddamn Eskimos at? Is they Judah? I mean, I remember Deacon Akai said they was Israelites too. Y'all done got him. This is where y'all got this mess from. And the American Indians may have been in their lands before Athabascans and Eskimos, before they present altogether different set of HLA DRB1 frequencies. Now, the American Indians show a very, very particular alleles. Almost all are shared with other Amerindians. This ain't got nothing to do. Look, this ain't got nothing to do with no Semitic speaking people. Man, bro, stay in your lane. This is the Athabascans and the Pacific Islanders, including East Australians and Siberians. There they go again. Our result do not support the three-wave model of American people, but another model where the people interest is not only Beringian. So there's other look, not only Beringian, they ain't discredited, but also Pacific Coast, reverse migration, America to Asia. Is not discarded, and different movements of people in either direction in different times are supported by the Athabascan population admixture with Asia Pacific population of the Amerindians. Let's get
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Here, look. The first American, okay. So the first Amerindian natives are postulated to have come from Asia through the Bering land bridge between 30,000 to 12,000 years before the present BP. These conclusions have been based on cultural, morphological, and genetic similarities between American and Asian populations. Both Siberia and Mongolia have been put forward as most likely the place of origin in Asia. Now look at this. Greenberg first postulated the triple migration theory in explanation 1 for explaining the peopling of the Americas, the Amerindians, the South Amerindians, and the Eskimos, and they go through a list of them. But the authors postulate not only a wave coming from Mongolia, North China, now you coming from all of China, nigga, as giving rise to the first Native American ancestors. Hey, we want to pop on 2, 3 so you can see where the goddamn source come from. So you can see something there with your lip poked out. Now look at this. You ain't showed us nothing, man. Here go the sources for this information here. I'm gonna get more into it. You got Crawford, the origin of Native American evidence and anthropological genetics, Cambridge, 1998. You got Coleman, C.J. Sambunin, and the mitochondrial DNA analysis of Mongolian population and the implications for other New World founders' genetics, 1996. You ain't bringing out this type of information. You're bringing comic books. You're coming up with assertions. You're coming up here talking about, god dang it, Israel's in Utah. And because somebody pointed at the walls, don't that sound like Jesus? Jesus. Man, come on, man, get up out of here with that nonsense. You don't even believe in the Bible the way it's even constructed. Because guess what? If you did, you wouldn't be saying Shemitic-speaking groups of people are now the Native Americans who got their own culture, who got their own language, got their own history, who got their own gods. And they're pissed off. And in the next round, I'm going to go to the cultural appropriation of these other cults out here taking that history away with the ones that you're ashamed of. Get up, man. Don't ever get in front of me with this nonsense, bro. And I don't care what your peanut gallery and the rest of you goddamn coons that's rocking with him saying and honest. Won't none of y'all get in the ring and he get beat up. And look at this, y'all. Here goes some more sources, y'all. Look at this. Look at this. Sources, references. Yeah, I can tell you where to go to PhD for y'all. You ain't ready for me, man. You better source something better than what you did that first round. The videos don't count.
All right. Y'all know what time it is. All right, Misery. Going into the bottom of the second. Misery, you got the floor. Once I hear the grasshoppers and the crickets, you gotta unmute your mic, Misery.
Yeah, you can share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Right now, what on the screen? Is it showing like Mesoamerica, South America?
Yeah, you good. We got you.
All right, cool. Now, I want everybody to realize, again, nowhere in the second round did JJ prove how the Native Americans come from Japhet. This guy all night has been talking about DNA. Oh, DNA, the haplogroup, blah, blah, blah. That's not even around from that even area to even come with the Shemitic language. Again, this is Mesoamerica. You see it on the screen. This is haplogroup QM242. This is the same haplogroup JJ brought up. It said it has been found in approximately 94 of indigenous people of Mesoamerica and South America. QM244 built many ancient cultures and civilizations such as the Mayan, the Inca, Aztec, and so on. Now, JJ, let's find out where else do these people originate from. QM240 originated in Asia, right? You keep saying, oh, yeah, these Asian people, right? It's widely distributed across, it can be found in Russia, Siberia, Uruguay. But look what's highlighted at the end. You see that? It says Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia.
Pause the brother, but remember I said that the R1, the R haplo, right? That's the original root from this Q haplo. Let's go.
I want everybody to see this. You can put me on. You can take me off. You can see me on the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How come I can't see you? So y'all can see me. Right? Now, during his second round, I want everybody to realize this.
Hold up. Nah, we can't see.
You can't see me? Okay, hold on.
I thought you
can see me now?
I thought you was just
right. While during his second round, I took 3 screenshots of
Misery. We can't see what you're trying to show. You want
but you can see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
I know I'm saying during his second round, everybody, I want everybody to realize I took 3 screenshots of things that he brought out.
And I'm telling you right now, this brother did not bring out anything regarding the people of Japheth. In fact, his very first source, this is what his very first source is. For anybody who don't remember, this is the source that JJ pulled up on the second round right here. Let's read that again. He said this. It says, plus, to say that over the course of the following centuries, Japheth's descendants migrated to the Americas. Right?
What a fucking
right?
dumbass.
America, where they encountered descendants of
Ham.
Ham. You see that, people? Ham.
I told you, fam.
So wait a minute. He debunked his whole theology of being from Japheth, when his own source showed that the migrated from the Bering Strait came from and migrated to these Native Americans who were Hamites. Ham. You see poor scholarship. That people. Next point. Well, this is crazy.
I told you, fam.
So wait a minute, right? He debunked his whole thing about the whole theology of being from Japheth. Q42 when his own source, and it says that the genetic marker is from populations is also migrated to these Native Americans who were Hamites. It's been the Americas. It's from the Americas through the Bering Strait. The Bering Strait. Everybody saw that in my first round. I brought up how the Jewish Encyclopedia claims that the people that crossed the Bering Strait came from where, JJ? See, this is what I don't know. He might have mental issues. Maybe he's forgetting things. But all he just showed by keep bringing up the Bering Strait, we're having a biblical topic about who these people are. And I'm showing them how the Jewish Encyclopedia is showing that the people from the Bering Strait are who? Israelites. But your source talks about these people. Let's go. The third screenshot. And this is what I'm talking about. And this is what I'm talking about. He dug himself in the grave when he brought out this source. Everybody saw him. Brought out this. This is probably the last source that he brought out. The last J brought out. And he reads this: the first are postulated to have come from Asia through the Bering Land Bridge between 30,000 and 12,000 years ago. This is third mistake in his second round, because now Brother JJ is going to have to substantiate people of Japheth living and going to the time of 30 to 12,000 years ago. He cannot show not one biblical scholar showing that type of nonsense. Now back to my presentation, and you can share my screen. You see it?
Yes, sir.
You can see the guy in the purple shirt, whatever. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Now, for the brother JJ, now he's going to love this, because this guy approached the Sakari camp, and he's a native elder from the MESHIACHA tribe. And this is what he says. He says when he went to the elder from Sakari, he says Israel is what part of Israel? He says Israel that is here, right? On this side of the earth, Massachusetts. This is what this elder was saying to the elder of the Sakari. He said, absolutely. Everybody thinks that Israel is somewhere else. And he says, you're saying that this is America? Then why do you believe this? This is what Alzar asked the guy, right? He says, why? I know that because 10,000 years ago, they found an ancient rock from my tribe. And the language on there is the same language as the Hebrew language. This is what this native brother said, right? Now, hold on. Let's go to another one. Ooh, man, this is getting interesting. This is getting interesting. Wait, you can still see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you see this right here? It says The 10 Tribes of Israel by Timothy R. Jenkins. Now, this book basically backs up what this elder just told the Sakari leader of the Sakari camp, Alazar. Okay? This is from the book, The Tribes of Israel by Timothy R. Jenkins. It says, it is among their principal and beloved men that they have it passed down from their ancestor. That book, which the white people have once was theirs. That while they had it, they prospered exceedingly, but that the white people bought it of them and learned many things from it. And while the Indians lost their credit, offended the Great Spirit, and suffered exceedingly from their neighbors. They also said that the forefathers were possessed and had extraordinary divine spirit, by which the foretold future events and controlled the common course of nature, and they transmitted in their offspring on conditions of them obeying the sacred laws. See, right here in this book, JJ, you have the natives telling Timothy R. Jenkins, right, that the that the natives told him that the Bible was a stolen book, just like how that elder just told Sakari in his thing. Now, this is from by Jimmy McCarthy, right? It says, "Is the Americas the promised land, or Egypt?" Right? It says, "Social localists, it is vital to understanding how people come to the interpretations and abbreviations of the biblical of the Bible and its stories. One of the most popular biblical stories people have historically personalized have been the story of the Exodus. America's earliest European settlers understood America as the promised land, and that they were entering after fleeing Egypt. Since in this telling of the story that they were the new nation of Israel." Do you see this, people? You have articles written back in 2008 of Christians tying themselves that this land over here was the promised land. This right here is from the Washington Post back in 1997, right? And it reads this. It says, "It is time to say that the America is a better place to be a Jew than Jerusalem. If ever there was a promised land, we Jewish Americans are living in it. Here, Jews have flourished, not alone in politics and in economy, but also in a matter of art, cultures, and learning." Do you see this, JJ? Back in 1987, you have these Jews in the Washington Post talking about how they felt like this is the promised land. So you have Christians, and now you have even Jews claiming these things. Now let's talk about linguistics. For everybody, this is Brian Stubbs, right? He is a linguistic scholar, and he's a linguistic scholar, okay? And it says this: "In exploring the exploration power of the Semitic and Egyptian and Uto-Aztecan, published by Rover Publishing. This book is solid and full of technical details, and trained linguistics can really sink their teeth in. Brian Stubbs have toiled for decades as one of the foremost Uto-Aztecan linguistics on the planet. Many thought his highly acclaimed 2011 Uto-Aztecan, a comparative vocabulary, would be his magnum opus. Turns out that it was only Brian Stubbs' warm-up act. All of these years, he has been patiently gathering massive data that shows profound Semitic and Egyptian influences in the languages family spoken by the Utes, the Shoshone, and the Northern Uto, the Nahuatl, and the south of Hopi, and in between. This is a revolutionary..." Oh, hold on. Oh, went back. "This is a revolutionary, paradigm-changing book. This is a highly recommended book for any serious student of Native American culture." Do you see that, JJ? See, I don't have to talk about and bring up Google Scholars or bring up things that you pasted on your little laptop. I can actually show the people the names of these scholars, where they come from, and what they said out of their own book. And out of that thing, that linguistic scholar said that The language of the people from Mesoamerica was Semitic and Egyptian. Okay, broken Egyptian. Okay, now this is from the History Channel. Everybody don't know about this. Now we're going to talk about geologists and more linguistics. This right here is a forensic scholar, a geologist named Scott Walter, right? He is a forensic geologist, okay? He says that there are hidden histories in this country that nobody knows about. There are pyramids here. At the artifact, this is what he says, that he uses artifacts with the latest, newest technology, the 3D, right? So he says there is no question that the Bakri stone is not a host. So again, people, so we have this geologist in the laboratory. He's telling you, he's testing it with the newest technology. You want to talk about scholarship? Debunk him. Debunk the technology these geologists are using to test these stones to see if they're legit or not. He says that there is no question that the Bakri stone is not a hoax. It's a genuine artifact. And the fact that it's Paleo-Hebrew. And then he says, I'm on my way to see an artifact expert named Hugh McCulloch. And let's go see what this other scholar said about the writing system. And he says, in the style of the letter most closely matched that of the Jewish war coins of the 1650 through 70 AD. Wait a minute. So let me get this straight. So we have this geologist who takes the Bakri stone and dates it around the 1st century AD, brings it to Hugh McCulloch, a linguistic scholar, who shows you how this ties back to Jewish war coins going back around the same time period. And he says the letter style matches almost perfectly. Now, he says, now this is from the America Unearthed, right? And this a woman, I forgot her name. I think it's on the next one. There it is, Stacy Wolowitz. There it is. She says, we did these writings on her wall in Nevada of an ancient writing called Negev. She says it is dated into around the 15th century BC. You see that, people? 15th century BC. This is way before even the Exodus. This is around the time of what you would call Abraham. This predates the Hebrew alphabet. Negev is an ancient script. Old Negev is an ancient script. Experts believe it was developed by ancestors of the biblical Abraham, who worked in the Egyptian mines. Some consider Old Negev to be the precursor to the Phoenician, Paleo-Hebrew, and early Aramaic scripts. And he said it reads from right to left. Do you see this, people? This is what, see, I don't have to keep talking crap like JJ's talking about. I can just show you people what the geologists and what the linguistics are saying out of their own mouths. As you can read it for yourself, what they're saying out of their own mouths. That this language was found in America, Old Negev language, going around 15 BC, and it predates the Paleo Arabic and all that, and it's the predecessor, meaning these languages come from it. So if the languages, this guy was talking about, JJ was talking about languages, it's talking about the language actually began over here. So I don't know what my is thinking of.
Tom. All right. Hey, man, we is at that halfway point. Hey, man, if you stop wearing shirts, if you're tired of wearing shirts that say just shirts, if you're tired of wearing a jacket that say just jacket, if you're tired of wearing pants, the name of the pants is called pants. If you're tired of wearing goddamn clothes that's just called clothes, if you're tired of wearing overalls and them big baggy clothes, man, come to Pine Club, man. We got everything you need, you know what I'm saying, to get fly. Hey, man, you wear my clothes, you will get that job interview. You got some Pine Club, man, you will get your blessings. Man, you cop some Pine Club, you will get some money in your pocket, and you will get that crush that you need. You cop a Pine Club hoodie. All right, we're going to Uncle JJ. This is halftime. Uncle JJ to open up the third.
Hey, bro, can you hear me? Because, man, I'm going to tell you something, bro.
Yes, sir.
It probably was a blessing that I couldn't hear nothing he was talking about, man. Because it was like going in and out. I recorded. I like, you know, look, I can show you, man. Hold up. Yeah, bro. This. Okay, look. See this right here? Let me push play. I ain't hearing shit. Look.
Can't hear nothing, bro.
But it's a good thing.
But the bottom is going. As the bottom is talking about, I can just show you people bottom.
I mean, I don't know what's going on, but it's good because he ain't talking about nothing anyway, right? Right, concrete, biblical truth. Let me get my screen, man. Hold on. Let me get up here, man. This right here is bad. It's bad, bro. You doing lookership? You doing lookership, sir? Yeah. Hold up. Let me get ready here. Damn, man. Don't start my time yet. Hope y'all enjoying the debate. You know, I love the battle. Yeah, man. Let me. All right. Okay. You can start my time. Then when I share my screen, let me get my screen up anyway, because I'm gonna read something first, and then we can. Okay. Let me go back to my. All right. Let me get the screen up. Y'all hit that like, share, and subscribe. Tell me if you see my screen. And then you know what's crazy? I could put this, you know, it probably was, you know, he probably wasn't talking about nothing. Okay. You know, I guess PubMed ain't an article. Hey, look, you can pull it right. I pulled PubMed right up, and he crying about that. You crying about PubMed? Look, bro, you couldn't see that? I transferred to my email so I can show it on my screen. As my time started yet, bro? Can y'all hear me?
I'm gonna start when you ready. I can see the article. I'm gonna start when you ready.
Okay, but no, he crying about because I'm transferring over my articles and journals from my email to the screen. It's not my fault. You got somebody else to do yours, bro.
All right, I started your time.
Stop crying. Bring some real articles.
All right, I started your time.
Yeah, start my time, man. And let me read you something real quick, bro. I mean, you sit up here making stuff up. Hold up. You sit up here making stuff up. You already got beat up. Yeah, let me read you something, man. You know, now see, there are several reasons why Native Americans are typically classified there are several reasons why Native Americans aren't typically classified as a Semitic-speaking people. Let's start with the basics, Jose Vega. Semitic languages are part of an Afro-Asiatic language, which I've been telling you through the whole debate.
Hey, by the way, that's dated in like 210, and Vega's been bringing out books from 1800 and shit. I'm just saying.
On the other hand, belong to a various language family and isolates that are distinct from Afro-Asiatic. For example, the linguistic diversity among Native American groups is vast, with language like Navajo, Cherokee, and Kunik having their own unique grammatical structure and sound. Jose Vega, you don't know nothing about the languages. How you gonna put a Semitic speaking group over in goddamn America, man? You making stuff up, looking bad up here, bro. You got damn videos and shit, people pointing at the wall. And you want to try to cry because I'm transferring over my articles from my email of medicine to the screen. That ain't gonna save you. But like I say, additionally, historical and cultural contexts of Native American communities are shaped by their own distinct traditions and migrations, separate from the origins and developments of Semitic-speaking peoples. The differences in language, culture, and history are key factors in distinguishing Native American groups from Semitic-speaking populations. I mean, what else, man? I mean, this dude, man, in my time. I mean, for real. Now, here's a. Okay, I'm gonna talk about your Back Creek Stone. Now, here's a list of books that have made claims about ancient Israelites or Hebrews in the Americas, but have been disputed and debunked by scholars. Keep in mind, this is an extensive list. The Book of Mormon, which he gladly brought up in the beginning of the debate like an idiot, a key to the American Door by Haley R.P. Pratt.
Uncle JJ, it's still on the PubMed page.
The annals.
Hold up.
What's going on?
It's still on a PubMed page.
It's still on a PubMed.
Yeah, what you're not understanding is he ain't bringing sources. Like the brother Vega is bringing different sources. So you're like, why is he staying on the same page? It's because he ain't bringing nothing out. He just brings the page and talks shit about it, bro. Just to be loud as fuck, like the brother said. And that makes it real. Yo, listen, dog, I can make it real too. You know what I mean? Like, let's not do that shit. That's stupid.
Yeah, okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let me go back. Stop my time for a second. All right, now let me just get to. Hold up, man. Stop my time. All right.
So you was trying to show the PubMed page right now?
Man, this throwing me off. Bro, this throwing me off. It's throwing me off. Now it fell off the screen.
Oh, now he's making excuses, bro. What the? Vega, just keep doing what you're doing. It's like an easy win. It's fucking dumb.
Can you hear me?
This PubMed page that you got on the screen.
But my screen messing up over here because just hold up for a second. Damn, just hold up. Every time you. Okay, hold up. Fuck. Hey, go to a commercial break or something, bro, real quick. I don't know, man. Go to a commercial break.
All right.
What a fucking ban. Well, hold on a second.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
See, so now I put on my actual microphones because I'm listening from a distance. Hold on a second. It's fucking chihuahua, dog. What is going on with you guys?
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
And by the way, Meshiacha. There ain't no excuses in this shit, bro. Look.
My flow get messed up, and I hit another button, and then now it's fucking up. So just
he's still making this. See, this is why I do what I do, fam. Because I don't have time for excuses. We are grown ass motherfucking men. We're adults. You know what I mean? We're talking about an actual debate or a conversation about proving a point, proving something that we believe in, right? You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden now, I just forgot my information. I don't know what happened. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Here it goes. This is what happened. This is what happened, family. This is what happens.
Copyright disclaimer.
Not that right there. Come on. This one.
I have concepts of a plan.
So this guy came in with a mindset like, oh, I got this, I got that.
I have concepts of a plan.
You see what I'm saying? Look.
I have concepts of a plan.
So
I have concepts of a plan.
I'm gonna say it again.
I have concepts of a plan.
This guy came with a concept of a plan. Look. So now this guy's selling his shirt. So this is why they do these channels, family. See, we're not gonna do that. We're not trying to create a channel to debate to get money. That's not what we do here. We just want to make sure that things are clear-headed and level-headed. Like this is it right here. This is, oh, my bad. That's the background. But this is it right here. Semitic Biblical Smoke, hashtag or tag out. That's going to be our debate channel. And I will be the moderator on this motherfucker right here.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
You know what I'm saying? So we're not going to waste our time in this shit. But let's go.
Yo. Hey, yeah, let me push play, man.
Yeah, okay.
Now they got them coming from China, y'all. Yeah, come on, bro. Ain't no goddamn Semitic. Look, let's go.
Interesting stories.
Get that new see. Yes, sir.
Is my screen up? Yeah, since you want to show a little video. Since you want to show a little video, I got one for you, buddy. Hold on, let me there. Since this is a video debate, let me get a 3-minute video. But your whole PowerPoint been videos. Hey, yeah, let me push play, man. Look. Here we go.
We uncovered
now they got them coming from China, y'all. Yeah, come on, bro. Ain't no goddamn Semitic. Look, let's go.
Interesting stories for you.
Look at that.
In this episode, a study suggesting that some Native American ancestors came from China. Human part of human history and prehistory. Humans were hunter-gatherers to start with. And even with development of agriculture, the migration went on due to a variety of reasons. and study of human migrations as a whole sometimes yields fascinating results. A study has now found that some of the ancestors of Native Americans in the Americas included people from China.
Hey fam, let me tell you something. I do have a book and material that shows that the Eskimos did come with us. Like there are actual Eskimos, but they're not our people. I showed it in my class. Continue.
Speaking people group. Don't do that, bro. Look, learn and listen. That's what you do. We're coming up here with comic books. Hold on, is it playing? Oh man.
Counterintuitive as China.
This is some bullshit.
I'm showing the video, right? So while he's having a hard time showing the video, let me show you something real quick, fam. Let me show you something real quick. This is from Ethan Smith, right? The same book that Vega had quoted. Look what Ethan Smith said on page 38. It says that these races are found in Labrador. I'm sorry, the Eskimo natives appear to be a different race of men. This race is found in Labrador and Greenland and right around Hudson Bay. All these appear evidently the same as the Laplanders, Semblans, Scions, and Tartars in the east. Oh, shit. Don't bring fire if you don't know how to burn it. Let's go.
Ancestors of...
Hey, can you see the screen?
You ain't even sharing your screen.
Yeah, hey, okay, bro.
They're even bored of his ass. They thought he was going to be impressive and shit. He's letting them down, dog. You're letting your people down, bro. They counted on you to be strong.
Yo, listen, yo, these guys ain't Hebrews. We the Hebrews, even though I don't want to say it, but, I feel it because, you know what I mean? I want to be saved by God, too.
But you haven't proven shit.
It was supposed to be, you said ain't no videos during the debate. And he didn't play a video. Ain't no videos.
See, this is what happens when you ain't prepared and shit, and you're drinking and smoking, and you don't even realize the fucking rules. All praises, Jose Vega. All praises for you, brother, for bringing this fucking idiot out. Our gente should be empowered about this shit. Look, see how he's disappointed. He's like, fuck, man, I didn't realize it. He's getting destroyed, dog. He's getting fucking destroyed. You just embarrass your people. We're talking about Hebrews of the Bible. You see what happens, family? It's not so much that Vega's doing the work. It's the fact that we're over here also at the same time supporting our brother. The spirit. He's like, bro, let me fucking confuse this mofo. Let me put some fucking confusion in his thoughts. He don't remember none of his shit. That's the Most High working right there, fam bam. Let's go.
See that, or do I need to is on screen?
You see that? You see that?
Bet.
You see what I'm saying?
There's a genetic
to bring up another fucking post.
difference between Native Americans and Afro-Asiatic speakers, right? Now, the genetic difference between Native American, Afro-Asiatic, Semitic-speaking populations. The genetic difference between Native American, Afro-Asiatic, Semitic people populations can be attributed to their distinct ancestral origins, misery, and their migration pattern. They ain't go to here. We will explore the genetic difference between population, highlight the methodology used to separate them. You ain't coming with nothing, bro. Now, here go the genetic markers. The Y chromosome haplogroups. Native American populations are categorized by high frequencies of Y chromosome haplogroups, Q and C. I'm not showing you the differences. How you gonna try to make them Semitics? Now, Afro-Asiatic Semitic-speaking populations are categorized by high frequencies of haplogroups J and that's from Cafferet and others, 2008. 830 and 838.
This out earlier?
Frequency mitochondrial DNA haplogroups A, B, C, and D. While the Afro-Asiatic Semitic-speaking populations are categorized by high frequencies of haplogroups M and N. That's Taroni and others, 1993, page 138 to 145. Now, the genetic differences between Native American, Afro-Asiatic, Semitic-speaking populations are identified by using.
Basically, what he's saying is let the white man tell you who we are according to the Bible, right? Pretty much.
Okay, yeah. The methodology, the genetic differences between the Native Americans and Afro-Asiatic speaking population were identified by using a variety of genetic analytical techniques, including the white and the Jose Vega say this analytical techniques. I'm showing the methodologies how we figured that there's a difference. You got Semitic people in group all over Africa and the Middle East, and you trying to put them over in the goddamn North America, bro. The origins of it. And talking about y'all, where your Bible at? Show me this Indian Bible. Show me the book of Tonto and the book of Pocahontas. Show me the book of Geronimo. Because you said all y'all the Israelites, so they all gotta have some input in the goddamn book. You better be showing all the histories and trails. Where would they go to slavery in Egypt? Where Egypt at over here? You talking about Israel and Utah. You got the nerve to get in front of me with these goddamn fake ass books. I done been the Back Creek Stone, all that's been debunked, bro. When I get done reading this, I'm gonna show you. Get up here in front of this nine. Now look, the genetic difference between Native American and Afro-Asiatic Semitic speaking populations were identified by using a variety of genetic markers and analytical techniques, including the Y chromosome analysis. Jose, you know nothing about Y chromosome analysis were used to study the parental lineage of these populations. So you come in here with comic book scholarship. This involved genotyping Y chromosome markers, such as single nucleoids, polymorphisms, and short tandem repeats. I know you never heard them before in your life, but now you heard it. Now this comes from the Kefret and others, 2008, page 830 and 838. Right here, sir. And look, the DNA analysis, mitochondrial DNA analysis was eternal lineage of the population. We breaking it down, daddy, mom, and both combined. What you bring to the table? Some goddamn books, the outdated ass books, stones has been debunked, and all that Hebrew writings, all this is frauds and fake. They all been debunked, bro. Now look, this involved genotyping, mitochondrial DNA markers such as the SNPs and the haplogroups. That's Torini and others, 1993, page 138, 145. Now this is the mom and dad combined, the autosomal DNA analysis. The autosomal DNA analysis was used to study the genetic relationships between these populations. This dude just up here speculating. Don't understand he had none at all. You're trying to explain got them all in America and Utah. I mean, where Egypt at? Where they go to slavery at? It's a different story. Where the and the Bible? And he gonna come up with some language. This was before, and we can't find the book. Bring it to the goddamn debate. You be more credible. This involved genotyping, autosomal SNPs, and analyze the data using techniques such as principal component analysis, sir, and admixture analysis, sir. Patterson and others, 2006, page 207, 212. These are real sources. See, these are real sources. New binary polymorphisms, reshaped and increased resolution of 5 minutes. The stuff that's been debunked. 5 minutes. Cool. Yeah, man, y'all hit that. I hope y'all enjoying the funeral of Jose Vega. I know it's been slow and just brutal, but you know sometimes that's how you gotta take them out.
Hey, bro, I love that spirit, man. You got the same like fucking comedy mindset that I do. I don't even know what the fuck he's reading, bro. You know what I mean? Let's go.
Yes. Okay. Well, let me find it. Let me waste time. All right. Okay, yeah.
Wait, neither does he.
Here it is, y'all. Look. There are several alleged artifacts and inscription. I'm reading off my notes. I'm not showing the screen, okay? All right? Because I ain't got time I didn't have time to put in my notes. Look, there are several alleged artifacts and inscriptions that have been claimed to prove ancient Israelites or other Middle Eastern presence in America, but most of them have been disputed or debunked. For instance, the Los Lunas inscription in New Mexico, which features the 10 Commandments in ancient Hebrew script, is considered by some to potentially authentic due to its discovery in 1850 and is unknown script at that time. However, its authenticity is still debated among scholars. Similarly claimed of Sumerian influence in Central and South America are based off interpretation artifacts like the Fonte Magna, but these claims require further verification. Right? Like I say, there are some groups that claim connection to Hebrew Israelites, but these claims vary. Some African American groups, you know, like these guys that out here talking about they won Westerns, they don't want to mess everything up. There are several books and publications that have made claims about
second, did you hear what he said? He goes, "These guys are one Westerns. They're the ones that messed everything up." Oh, so you knew that there was an agenda to do the 12-type chart, right?
Migrating to the Americas. Other examples might include the book of, by authors which claim to have found evidence of ancient Hebrews or Israelites' presence in the Americas.
You're right, bro.
Here, I am a pirate. You are not of these lands, except that I say so.
What else I got for you? Okay, then let me get to the cultural appropriation.
Good, bro. Go back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Go back and forth. You know, chop it up with them, say some shit. I do the same too, and then come back. You know what I mean? It's a joke, bro. It's a joke, but it's very enthusiastic.
Scholars, many of these inscriptions are considered to be modern hoax, and Jose really believe in this. Some group have attempted to create connections between and the ancient Israelites based on their agendas. And this is what he had. He has agendas, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep going, bro. Let's keep going. Hold on. Let me get to this. 2 minutes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So 2 minutes. Yeah, let me start with this corporal appropriation. All right. 2 minutes. Yeah. All right. Now look. You can argue that certain groups are misappropriating Native American identity and culture by claiming connection to specific tribe, biblical narratives, without proper understanding or respect. This can be seen as a form of corporal appropriation that disregards the unique histories and experience of Native American community. He has no regard for his own culture. He wants to be something that he's not. You see, ladies, let's keep going. Because the show do fly. That's cool. The leaders and scholars like Doug Kill. I'm going to bring the one that's mad at you. Doug Kill, an associate professor of history and faculty fellowship at the Center of Native American and Indigenous Research at Northwestern University, speaks out against cultural appropriation and emphasizes the need for respect and understanding of Native American identity, which he don't respect it in culture. Kill highlights the importance of moving beyond symbolic gestures to concrete actions that address ongoing injustice and achieve meaningful repetitive justice. Barack Obama also acknowledged the unique heritage of Native Americans and emphasized a need for governing a relationship that respect Native American sovereignty. When you sit up here talking about Native Americans is coming from the Middle East and all this, man, you making stuff up, bro. That's what you're doing. Hold up, man. And like I said, I was going to hit you with more science, but you're lucky at the time right now. The phylogenetic analysis is a powerful tool to understand the evolutionary relationship between organisms and genes. When applied in linguistic families, it can help distinguish between different groups such as Native American and Afro-Asiatic populations. Afro-Asiatic language family, the Afro-Asian language family comprised of approximately 400 languages spoken across West Asia, North.
Realize this is all fucking emails. This is all emails. This is like the same. He read something similar to this stuff earlier. What the fuck is wrong with
Around
that?
16 million people in North Africa, Chadic, with 150 to 190 languages. It ain't nothing got nothing to do with none of these people over here. Chadic is the largest branch, I'm almost done, of Afro-Asiatic, the Hausa, spoken in northern Nigeria. These are Afro-Semitic peoplings groups. They're like Kushite. This branch includes languages such as Oromo, Somali, Afar, spoken in the Horn of Africa, and right from the finish, the regions, Egypt, now speak ancient Egyptian was spoken in the lower.
He don't want to give you the sources that he's reading. What he's doing is he's showing a picture, and then he's reading something that he can't confirm.
Tom.
Now hold up, bro. I don't know if I need. I can't hear none of his stuff.
What? Shut your ass up.
Misery, you there?
Yeah. You can hear me?
The brother's like,
yeah.
The brother's like, yeah. Oh, shit.
You can share my screen?
Yeah, it's sharing.
You see it says Genesis 9:27?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. All right, now, again, I want you brothers to know that this debate is basically over. We have 3 rounds now, and not one single round did JJ 7000 even address how the Native Americans are the people of Japheth. Again, the brother forgot about the topic of the debate. Now, over and over again, you heard how I basically debunked all of his claims, especially in the second round when he was I showed you guys the screenshots of his own premise about how one source basically said that basically the Native Americans were actually Hamites, not people of Japheth. So right there in the second round basically should be non and void because his source basically went against his own premise. Then he tried to show the DNA aspect or the Bering Strait going back to 30 to 12,000. And if you brothers and sisters realize he could even touch that, which I will be addressing in questioning and answering about how that biblically ties into the people of Japheth. Again, he is not on topic, and the whole debate has shown it. But the thing is that I find funny is that in that one source where he says that those people that migrated to the Bering Strait migrated to the Native Americans who are so-called Hamites. But if that is the case, then it's going against the Bible. His own source goes against the Bible because according to the Bible, this is what should happen with those people that migrated, those people of Japheth that migrated to the Native Americans. This is what should have happened. This is Genesis 9:27. It says, may God enlarge Japheth's territories and numbers, and may he live. Now, this is the problem that JJ is going to have in questioning and answering right here, brothers and sisters. It says that these people from Japheth, it says, may he live in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be his slave, right? But it says that the people of Japheth are going to be dwelling in the tents of Shem. So by his own premise of his own source, showing that those people that came from the Bering Strait to these Americas, which were Hamites, no, according to the Bible, they came to the land of Shem. Your head is chopped off at this point. Because now you're going to have to show and question and answering about those people that migrated, the people of Japheth from your source. When did they ever dwell in the tents of Shem? And you know what's so beautiful about this? Let's go see. That this is from Strong's H168, from that word tent, right? And let's go see what it means in the Hebrew, right? Let's go see what it means in the Hebrew. Under the Strong definition, right? A tent, covering, tabernacle. Under the KJV translation, is under tabernacle used 198 times. Under the outline biblical usage, right? Tent, nomad tent, yeah, dwelling, habitation, the sacred tent of Jehovah, the tabernacle. Under the Hebrew Chaldean lexicon, a tent, a tabernacle. Now, everybody who don't know where the tabernacle is, that's in the land of Israel. So again, the problem that this brother has is now he's going to have to show how the people of Japheth not only dwelling in the tents of Shem, which would be the Native Americans, of course, to what he just brought out, but the tabernacle. And where's the tabernacle located? In the land of Israel. Oh man, people just shoot themselves in the foot. Now you want to talk about Native Americans? Who Native Americans claim to be Israelites, right? We have movements all around Central and South America of so-called natives that believe that they're Israelites. As you see here in this photo, you have these brothers in Peru. Look at them rocking their fringes, about to make a sacrifice. Where are the Black Hebrew Israelites doing sacrifices? Oh man, look how strong these brothers right here look right here in Peru, rocking their fringes, claiming to be Hebrew Israelites. Look at this elder right here. For brothers and sisters who don't realize what this brother is wearing, he is wearing the Levitical ephod. And for anybody who don't know what the ephod is that it is a breastplate that the high priest wore from Israel. But yet, we see this brother in Peru rocking the ephod. and that's his father on his deathbed. As you see, also he has the ephod breastplate on his deathbed. Why do we have artifacts that also mimic the customs of the Hebrews? Right here is a Mayan with a turban, right? With a 12 stone breastplate. Hold on. Where's that from? Let's go back. Uh-oh. Why is that Mayan wearing an ephod plate? You ain't gonna ever see that them ever try to explain things like that over there in the Middle East or Africa. I'll tell you that much. But this is from Psalms 106. It says, but they were mingled among the heathen and learned their works, and they served the idols, which there was a snare unto them.
He is getting checked today.
Daughters unto devils, and shed innocent blood, even blood of the sons of their daughters, whom they sacrificed unto idols of Canaan, and the land was polluted with blood. What other used to do human sacrifices on temples and learned it from the other nations? From Hosea 8 and 13, they sacrifice flesh for they sacrifice flesh for the sacrifice of my offering and eat of it. But the Lord accompanied them not, nor will he remember their iniquity and visit their sins, and they shall return to Egypt. For Israel has forgotten his maker and buildeth temples. See, this is why we see Native Americans building temples and doing human sacrifices all throughout. And also, as he says, I find it funny because we also see the Israelites even practicing Hamitic customs, just like the book of Jeremiah talks about how the Most High gave the northern kingdom a bill of divorcement. Reason being is because they went after the other nations and after their idols. What other nation on this planet do you see that are practicing Shemitic and even Hamitic cultures, as you see in this picture right here? Native. What's that? Is that Egyptian? Why do we see natives doing Egyptian culture? Do they not fit what the Bible says what the Israelites would be doing? You see that? All throughout, look at it. All throughout the world, we see Israelites over here building monuments from all other countries all around the world, just like the Bible says. How the Israelites will be following the other nations and their idols and their customs. This is why you see monuments from Maya going all the way to Java over there in East India. You have Mesoamerica going back, doing things like the Egyptian does. How people in Indonesia, all the way over there by Australia, people, and East India. Look at Takao. Look at East India right there, building similar temples, building similar monuments. This is in Indonesia, in Mesoamerica, in Belize, in Mesoamerica. So we see Native Americans practicing all countries, as you see right here in this map. You see building temples from all the way across the other side of the world, just like the Bible says. Hold on, let me get into my next one. Right here. If this is why the brothers hate the Bible, because the Bible mentions things that originate from the Americas. Here's a perfect example. If America is not the land of Shem and the whole the land of milk and honey, then why would the Most High feed his children, the Israelites, quail? In Numbers 11 and 31. And there went forth a wind from Yah, and he brought forth quail from the west, the sea. Now, quail is a bird that belongs to the peasant family, though they do not look alike. Quails and pheasants are closely related. These birds originate from North America. Hold up. Why did the Bible just mention a food source that the Most High gave his children that originated from the Americas? this brother is going to have a hard time trying to get around that. This is from Joel chapter 1 and verse 2. And says this, hear this, ye old men, and give ear, all the inhabitants of the land. Have this has been in your days, and even in the days of your forefathers. Tell your children of it, and let your children tell their children, and their children in another generation, that which the palmer worm have left, the locust eaten, and which the locust have left, have the canker worm eaten, and that which the canker worm have left, have the caterpillar eaten. Now, brothers and sisters, this is a story in the Bible in Joel chapter 1 and 2 of the Most High telling you how he sent basically a plague or a pestilence in the land of Israel and plagued it with the palmer worm and canker worm. The palmer worm is a moth of the family Gilchidia. It is found in where, people? See, this is the problem that brothers like JJ is going to have to come to in terms with. That the Bible is telling you that this this palmer worm, JJ, is found in eastern North America. Where are canker worms native to? Do you see that, JJ? Why is your Bible telling you that the Most High put a plague in the land of Israel? So now if the debate is if Native Americans are Israelites, what I am proving to you, brothers and sisters, is that the Bible is showing you where the land of Israel is. Where are cankerworms native to? North America. The fall canker... Okay, it is a native pest of broadleaf trees and shrubs in North America. Why is your Bible saying these things? Hold on, let me get to it. Okay, because JJ wants to talk about customs, right? About the Hebrew customs. See, I don't need to use Google scholarship when I have the Bible to back it up. This is Numbers 15 and 38. It says, speak unto the children of Israel and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations. And they put upon the fringe a border of ribbon of blue. See, now brothers will come in here and say, oh, look, Jose, the Samaritans, they wore fringes, as you see right here, right? As you see right here. But what is the difference? Is that the Most High said that they would put a ribbon of blue. And as you brothers and sisters see, I can show you a plethora of pictures of Native Americans wearing their fringes with the ribbon of blue. And the funny thing about this, people, is that these Native Americans are wearing it ignorantly. You see that, JJ? They're ignorantly wearing it, but it's part of their custom. Why is it that these Native Americans, when anybody can ask anybody on the planet, or when it comes to people wearing fringes anywhere around the planet, the first people that's going to come to mind are Native Americans. But then what separates that argument is now how the Bible says that these people, to separate themselves from people like the Assyrians that you see on the Assyrian walls or the Samaritan walls, they have to rock a ribbon of blue above their fringe. But yet, I can show you picture after picture of natives rocking their fringe with a ribbon of blue right above the fringe. Why is that? Brother's going to have nightmares about this debate. And like I said, the brother never proved. How much time I got left?
You got 3 minutes. My bad.
3 minutes? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So like I said, I use the Bible to back up my claims. Like stuff like this. You have claims like in First Maccabees 13, 20, and 27 and 28, when it says, Simeon built a monument upon the sepulchre for his father and his brethren, and raised a loft in the site with he have stone, behind and before. Moreover, he set up 7 pyramids, one against the other. Now, why is it that I can go to a place called Tikal over here in Mesoamerica that matches the biblical narrative of 7 pyramids being built within that city? Like I told you, brothers and sisters, I can make the Bible come to life. Hold on. Last point. Yeah, but we didn't bring out the last point of the Cherokees' creation story, right? Because you want to talk about Israel, right? It says Cherokees. This is the Cherokees' creation story. It says, in the beginning, Yahweh created the sky, the world, our mother, earth. The waters around the earth were dark and deep, but the spirit of Yahweh moved upon the face of the waters. Oh, what does that sound like? That sounds like Genesis 1. And Yahweh said, let there be light. Sounds like Genesis 1. And the sky, world, and our mother, the earth, lit up. And Yahweh called the light day because we could see to work and to plant our crops. And he called the darkness night because we could rest in cool comfort. And Yahweh divided the waters and of the sky, the world and the waters and the earth, the world. And so it came to pass that everything Yahweh had made was created in 6 suns, and he was satisfied with his creation. And this is why Yahweh had commanded us to rest on the 7th day, to respect the number 7. From the Cherokee religion, Olivian Ongardian chief from the Octwa Cherokee Nation of the state of Tennessee. You see that? This is from their Cherokee chief about their creation story and how it matches the Bible. And again, they don't even know this because they're ignorantly not knowing that they're telling stories from the Bible, like I brought up in the second round when I mentioned about how the natives told stories from the Bible and how it would come back and stories of Christ. And with that, I'll yield my time.
All right. Hey, man. Going into that question and answering round. Both of these brothers have asked for 6 questions apiece. You know what I'm saying? So it's about to get good. You know what I'm saying? We about to see the truth come out. Somebody about to get baptized within the next 10 minutes. Somebody is about to get baptized within the next 10 minutes. Uncle JJ, you want to start off first asking your 6 questions? Oh, I might gotta mute your mic. I'm sorry about that. All right, Uncle JJ, you there? Sorry about that. Sorry about that. You there, Uncle JJ? Uncle JJ?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So we're in the question.
I can't hear you. It's bad connection.
You can't hear me,
bro. Might be.
Oh shit! Here we go. Now all of a sudden, now shit. Let's go.
As long as he can hear my questions, can he hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're doing a 10-minute interrogation, right?
You got.
Oh, we're doing 6 questions apiece. That was an agreement, wasn't it? Yeah. There was 6 questions apiece, wasn't it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, Jose, you can ask me questions. You can ask me questions first. Go ahead, bro.
Jose, he say he wants you to go first.
Nah, bro, I went first. I opened up the show, even though you are the affirmative. I mean, what are we doing, bro? You can't go.
You gotta echo. You might want to keep your mic muted. And I told you to relax yourself. Maybe you need to go drink on something, but I told you to relax yourself. Misery, you there? Misery.
Oh, yo, did he just fucking tell him, like, yo, I told you not to be fucking drunk? Yes, I fucking told you. See what I'm saying, family? Oh, man. Damn, bro. See, that's when you don't know that you're dealing with spirits, man. You have to be honest with yourself. Damn, that's heavy duty, fam.
Like I said, according to Genesis 9, where I brought up about how Japheth is going to be dwelling in the tents of Shem, how can you rectify that when you said that in your first round, when you brought out your article, that the people that came through the Bering Strait basically came to dwell with some Hamites? So when did the so-called Japhites dwell in the land dwell in the land of Shem?
All right, that's your question?
Yeah, that's my first question.
All right.
But see that okay. That question is invalid when you're not even following the biblical narrative, because you got Israel in America. How can you go try to refer to the Bible to prove?
Hey, fam, I just want to say something. You know, the brother said, hey, man, he told he is this dude right here that's talking. He's like, hey, man, you need to keep track of this shit because, you know, I told you have a little bit, but, you know, when you're drinking too much, this guy's drunk, bro. This guy's drunk, fam. That's why he's like, he ain't following the fucking, he's not doing nothing. Let's go.
Okay, yeah, I'm rocking with the biblical narrative. Israel's over in the Middle East. You know, Egypt is over in Africa. You know, Babylon's over. You can't show us where Babylon and none of these places is that's in the Bible. So now you cannot go back to the Bible to talk about some Japhet and tents and all that, bro. You can't do that. That's my answer to that. Now go to your next question. Okay.
All right, I'm going to ask it again because again, you can't. If I ask you a question, you can't go by my belief. I asked you about your belief. I said, how do you substantiate the claim of Japheth migrating with other Shemites? So in Genesis 9, when it says that Japheth will be dwelling in the tents of Shem or in the tabernacle, which would be the land of Israel, when did that take place biblically? Don't go by what I believe. I'm asking you, how do you rectify that when you pulled the source saying that they came over here with some Hamites? So to dwell with some Hamites. So when did they dwell with Shemites? That's what I'm asking you biblically.
Representing the source. We know that. Hold on, let me show you something. We know the Hamites were here because they were here before Columbus. Now, but when they come over on the Bering Strait, now you people come mixing in with them. So then maybe that's when the tents came together, sir. Because guess what? These Africans were already here before Columbus and anybody else. They were already here. So now when the Bering Strait thing come, now these Asians that come over here and become these Native Americans, these Paleo Indians, they mix in with the Africans and they antics together. You can't even go to the Bible when you're not even following the narrative. So how dare you disrespect those Bible believers? You making up your own narrative, bro. So that's your second question. You asked me it twice. Now get to your other four because you wasted it.
No, that was actually my first because you still didn't even answer the question. But anyways, everybody can see you still didn't answer the question. You're cowering, you're running, everybody sees it. But now here's my second question. Now you said you brought up a source saying that that the Bering Strait happened around 30 to 12,000 years ago. Why is this Canaanite dog still talking? Crazy. Anyways, we brought up a source saying that that the people of the Bering Strait happened around 30 to 12,000 years ago. How do you tie that to the people of Japheth existing that far back? What source can you pull that shows that Japheth existed in around 12,000 to 30,000 years?
Okay, thank you. First of all, okay, what we're going to do, we're going to clarify, and I want you to show me exactly where I said that in the debate so we can have clarity. So why don't you take the time to show me what you're talking about? And second of all, we're going by two narratives here if we're dealing with this this Native American thing. He wants to prove his Bible narrative, right? So when I went to the Bible narrative, I went to the Scythians, right? Proving the trail that they came here to the America. They were from Japhet. Then I said, let's put the Bible aside. If we ain't gonna use that, now we can go to the Bering Land Strait where these people, these Mongolians, these Siberians are connected to Native Americans, these Paleo Indians, using this land bridge. So, bro, you're the one confused because now because when in the preliminary, you said you're not dealing with the biblical narrative. You got your own. You got us over here and you got the Israelite over here in America. You got Israel, you got Egypt over in Utah, and the Red Sea in California. You're the one that's a pseudo. You're the one that's pseudo, bro.
Again.
Okay, but can I keep answering? No,
JJ,
you got another question?
JJ,
You got another question?
JJ.
You got another question? Go
You
ahead.
said, hold on. Okay, that's gonna be my fourth question then, because again, you just told everybody that I got to prove. When did you say that these people, the Bering Strait happened 30 to 12,000 years ago? Again, in your second round, this is your source, son. I took the screenshot while you were doing your presentation, sir. Your own source, it states that the American Indians that had came from Asia through the Bering Land Strait between 30 to 12,000 years ago. So now again, according to your source, now I prove that you're a lying demon. Now I need you to answer the question about how do you rectify Japheth going back living 12 to 30,000 years ago? Show me your source.
Talking about so we can read it. So we can read it. How can I understand your question when you cherry picking through it? So I don't know what you're doing all that for. You ain't connected no you ain't connect no language family. So what I'm saying, put that back on the screen. Go ahead. Then I can answer it properly to see what you're talking about. You're not gonna just flash something in front of me and say you're not. Oh, this is what it says. Put it up there. Let's see what you're talking about. I'll wait. Let's see what he do, y'all.
All right, what is it? My fifth question now?
No, put that back up there so we can see what you're talking about. Put it on the screen. Have Super Wavy share. Yeah,
this is what.
Read it.
Yeah, this is what you shared on your
put it on the solo screen for
you shared on your second round.
Yeah, I'll pull it up for you. Hold up. I pull the whole source up. Hold up.
JJ, you got it right there. Right now. Let's answer this question.
Okay, what it say? Okay, read it to it. What is he talking about? Read it. Are you gonna read it?
I already told you. It says.
No, read the whole thing. Yeah, go ahead.
It says the first American natives are postulated to have come from Asia through the Bering Land Strait between 30 to 12,000 years ago. Okay, this is the source you pulled up in your second round. Now, again, how do you tie these people from the Bering Strait going 30 to 12,000 years ago to the people of Japheth, which they don't go back 12 to 30,000 years ago, unless you have a source that claims that there were some people of Japheth dwelling back in those times.
People coming over from Mongolia and East Asia, and I showed you with my source the Scythians. You want me to pull that up? It was tying them to Japhet, but you're mixing science and your Bible. That's what you're. So I went to both. I went to the science and showed you how the sciences would connect them to Japhet just because of the region that these people are from. They had nothing to do with Shemites. They had nothing to do with Afro-Asiatic speaking Shemitic people or family groups. They had their own distinct language, culture, and identity. So I can break it down for you again. That source, what you're reading, only helps me. For the simple fact, it's showing the land. You believe the source. So you know they came over in this land bridge and these people from Siberia and Mongolia. So when you look at the table of nations, these people will fit over how I showed you with my source that y'all said that y'all couldn't see it wasn't moving. You want me to show it to you again? I can. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Hold up. Let me pull it up. Look, we're here to learn, right? We're here to learn. Hey, let me know if you see my screen. Let me know when you see my screen. Look here. Okay.
Misery. You want to share screen?
Yeah. Let's see what he's talking about.
If it answers the question, he's been rambling on, so doesn't answer the question about how he's tying it to the biblical narrative of Japheth.
All right, let's go to question number 4.
So when you talk about the people of the Bering Strait, Why does it? I don't know. He's on mute. But on the people of the Bering Strait, why does it say in the Jewish encyclopedia that those people were descendants of the lost tribes, and not people of Japheth?
Unmute me, bro. Can you unmute me?
I'm gonna let you ask. I'm gonna let you ask the question again. Go ahead, Miss. Ask the question again. Misery. Ask the question again.
All right. He said he heard the question. You're on mute.
Misery. Ask the question again.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, like I said, why is it that in the Jewish encyclopedia it states that the people from the Bering Strait, like you just claimed, that they were people of Israel and not Japheth? Like you're.
That's a good point. Thank you for posting that. That's
the
Jewish biblical scholars put in their Jewish encyclopedia.
All right, let me clear something up. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's this right here. Can you hear me? Unmute my mic. Okay, so let me share my screen. I need when I say.
All right, Misery. Misery. I don't think. Can you ask the question one more time for him? I miss.
I think he hears me. He's just asking.
I don't think he can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear.
Yeah, he said he can hear me. He's having problems talking.
Yeah, bro. That's
the question. That's the question.
I want to share my screen, bro.
Uncle JJ, we're not sharing our screen. Uncle JJ, we're not sharing our screen. You answer this question for 2 whole minutes. You answer this question for 2 whole minutes.
So we can't share the screen just so the people can learn. Okay. All right. Okay.
We move on.
So ask the question again. How am I supposed to, if he's trying to tear down a source and cherry pick through it, we have to let me share this.
Hey, Misery. Like I said, he didn't hear your question. He's still stuck on question number 3. Ask question number 4 again.
No, he heard it. He's just trying to say that he wants to show a source that he thinks is going to address it.
And I'm telling you, he just said, all right, ask the question again. So I'm telling you, he didn't hear you. So maybe you got to say about the Jewish encyclopedia.
So why in the Jewish encyclopedia does it state that the people that came from the Bering Strait were Israelites and not people of Japheth, like how your source is trying to say, or your source is trying to say?
You hear me? So if I pull up the Bering Strait, are you telling me? Because I looked at the Bering Strait, they didn't say nothing about these people coming over and they're Israelites. First of all, how could they be Israelites when Israelite wasn't even a nation or even thought about before they even came over here? So you need to get up out of here with that pseudo scholarship and ask me some real questions. I know Super Wavy holding your hand a little bit, but he still ain't gonna help you, bro. You have been beaten and destroyed. You have made up your own goddamn doctrine in front of everybody, and you think you're doing good. Wait till I get to ask you some questions. Because that question right there didn't even make no sense. To show me there is no source talking about the Bering Strait and these people came over this line. You made that up. You made it up.
Yeah, so like I said, he ain't understand. He ain't hear your question. He ain't hear question.
Yeah, he don't want to answer. He can't answer it. Don't worry about it. I can move on to my last question.
You got 2 more questions left, by the way.
Okay, I got 2 questions. Cool. According to the DNA, when I showed you the DNA, even going back to the Middle East, Pakistan, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, why did you make the statement that the QM242 doesn't go back to the Middle East when I just showed you genetics showing that it actually does?
Great question. Great question. But now, what you have to do is place, because the whole debate is you're supposed to be proving the fact is a Shemite. That the Native Americans are Shemites, which you have failed to do miserably. You haven't showed no genetic connections, no affiliation to that land over there. Yeah, turn your camera back on. No affiliate. I would hide too if you get in front of me with this nonsense. You ain't showed nothing. Now I'm gonna let you ask me as many questions as you want, because it ain't gonna save you with your trickery. Now look, these people, he hasn't showed the connection of these people being from the Middle East, these Native Americans, the Chickasaw, the Navajo, the Apache, the Illini, the Iroquois. None of them, the Black Hawk, the Blackfoot, none of them. Which one of them is due?
Brother, I said, I showed a source. Brother, I showed a source.
That's my answer.
Brother, I showed a source. I showed you that 94% of people from Mesoamerica and South America have that QM242, and it goes back into the Middle East. Why did you say that DNA does not go back to the Middle East when actually it does? Also, not just Siberia and
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
You gonna ask me the same question?
Answer that question. Let me answer my last final question.
Yeah, answer the last one then. Yeah.
When I showed the premise about Jeremiah, about how the Most High gave a bill of divorcement to the Israelites, basically because they went and followed the other nations, their customs and their idols. We all know this, correct? So why is it that, can you show me another nation other than natives, which I showed everybody thoroughly about how natives practice many different cultures and even built monuments from the other side of the world? Can you show me someone in the Eastern Hemisphere that fits that criteria of Jeremiah 2 of a country that practices many other cultures from around the world?
Can I show you a culture that practices many other cultures from around the world, and you're saying that would make them an Israelite? According to what scripture? Can you exegete that scripture for me right now?
Jeremiah chapter 2.
Okay, let's pull up Jeremiah chapter 2. All right, hold up. I'll pull up Jeremiah chapter 2. All right, I got you.
In my third round, Hosea chapter 7 and 8, where it says that the Israelites went after their idolatry and their ways, and the other nations' customs.
Again?
Jeremiah chapter 2. I believe verse 21 or something like that.
Okay. So hold up, John. So what's the concept? So what are you trying to reach at with this question?
I said, according to the Bible, the Israelites started following the customs of many other nations and their idols, right? Why is it that in my presentation, I showed you how Native Americans did that? Can you show me any other nation in the world that basically has many different cultures, that followed many different cultures? Because when I look at China has their own culture. Japan has their own culture. Russia, they have their own culture. England, they have their own culture. African tribes in Africa, they have their own culture going back thousands of years. What can you show me a culture over there, or a nation or country over there that practices many other cultures from around the world, like how the Native Americans did?
Okay. So your question is supposed to be structured towards the Bible and different people who are supposed to be one of the children of Israel and how they went out and practiced other cultures and religions. Well, like I say, there's plenty. See, he's not even the Bible. There's plenty of the Haitians, for example. Y'all call them as part of one of your Benjamites and all that. Guess what? They were practicing voodoo to get the Europeans out. So there's other examples of people falling off and worshiping, the Israelites were worshiping Ishtar and other gods. And as far as I'm concerned, you ain't even following the right. You ain't even following the right God, because Yahweh is a little fella. He up on the L. You don't even, matter of fact, the Native Americans have so many goddamn gods because they're not connected to this book when it comes to the Middle East and the Bible. You can't find one scripture in there saying, oh yeah, the Native Americans, Chief Tonto was the leader of the tribe of Judah. You see what I'm saying? Pocahontas was his Levite wife. None of that, bro. You making this stuff up, and I'm really getting tired of it because you insulting the people's intelligence and you insulting mine. Yeah, turn your damn camera on, bro. I would hide too, because none of this that you're talking adds up. First, you're talking about in the preliminary, you ain't dealing with scripture when I ask you what's the connection. Now you the one that mixed science with this. You tried to mix the people honest. He tried to mix the science and the biblical narrative with it. So I went to the biblical way and showed you. I showed you with my source what they say with Japhet and how they connect to through Russia and through the Bering Land Bridge. I showed that. Then I went to science. I said, you don't want to do that because you ain't dealing with the Bible anyway. You said it in your preliminary, sir. And then I said something about science haplogroups. You said the preliminary. You don't deal with that neither. So you're a walking contradiction. Don't make me play what you said in the preliminary. Everybody heard it. So
you see, family, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm talking about? Like I told you that if you saw his eyes, he would have some fucking spirit on his ass. He just said that the Most High ain't even God. He's like someone else. Wow.
Let's focus on the discussion. Hold up, John. Hold up, man. Yeah, that's his last question. Turn your camera on and show us where this goddamn Native American Bible at. Huh? Go ahead. I'm waiting. You hide now? Hey, Wavy, what's up? Tell me, answer the question. Don't hide now.
Is that the question?
Don't hide now.
Hold on.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mr. All right.
That was his question.
That it was so basically was that the end of your question? That's the.
I don't know what's going on, bro. Funny.
You satisfied? You good? You satisfied? You good with that answer, Visitor?
Oh, that's his question?
I'm saying you good with your question and answer. You satisfied with his answer?
Oh yeah. I already had. He didn't answer anything, but yeah, like I said, it's all to the people. The people are gonna see it. You know what I'm saying? Right. The people are gonna see it. He didn't answer that one question.
All right,
but,
all
yeah.
Right. So now it's gonna be JJ. Now you about the question misery. All right, Uncle JJ, you got the flow.
Yeah. All right. Now I'm gonna ask you again. He claimed that the Native Americans had the first original Bible and that Israel is America.
Say that shit earlier. I'm just saying.
The Native American prophets that helped write your Native American Bible, because you said that's the first one. Give me their names.
Now again, I addressed this, I believe, in my second round. I literally show people how this elder from the MESHIACHA from Massachusetts went up to the Sakari leader from the Sakari, Alazar, and basically told him to his face how the Bible is a stolen book. And then right after that, I showed you from a book by Timothy Jenkins, right after that, showing you how the natives themselves told him the same thing, how the white man has stolen their book. Then I gave you a prophecy from the Taino people. This is how I know you didn't even pay attention to the debate, and everybody heard you say, well, I didn't even hear him in the second round. Well, you should have heard me in the second round, because I answered all your silly question right in that round. And even in the Taino people, I even showed you how they had prophecy about how we would be invaded by the three canoes, which is Columbus, right? The three ships, and how the Bible will be turned back to us. Then I even brought up a point about the Mormonism and how you clown about the Mormonism and stuff like that. A religion that teaches that how the Native Americans are the Israelites, from a guy named John Smith, who found writings in broken Egyptian language around the Mi'kmaq tribe, which is in Maine, teaching that they are the Israelites. So yes, there are many books. The Book of Mormon is a Native American book. The Book of Mormon is a Native American book. So go ahead with your second question.
Are you done? No. I'm not satisfied. Super White, I'm not satisfied with that answer. I asked him for the prophecy, Tonto. I want Geronimo. Which one wrote the prophecy of Christ coming back? I want to know. You show me this Native American Bible that was stolen, bro. Now, I don't know why you keep, why is my mic steady being muted, bro? My mic is steady being muted. My mic is being muted, bro. What's going on with that? This is what we're doing? Now, you hold them accountable. I want to see this Native,
I'm
not satisfied.
you the whole time.
I want to see this Native American Bible.
Your mic was not muted. I heard you the whole time.
No, okay, so where the Bible? Where
the
Bible at? Where's the stolen Bible?
Like I said, I already showed you multiple sources.
No, you didn't show me that. Put it back up there.
Sources of these people saying they
put it back up there.
Not only that, if you paid attention, I even in my third round brought up things that your Bible and everybody's Bible that can pick up their Bible, whatever translation, which is the NIV, ESV, KJV. It don't matter what translation. You want to bring it to the Septuagint. I brought up sources showing you things that only exist in the America. When I bring up the cankerworm and the palmer worm, why are you ignoring that? When I bring up the quail, your Bible is telling you where these things are at. Quail originates in the Americas. The cankerworm and the palmer worm are insects that are in the Americas, not over there, not in no Africa. So I answered your question thoroughly with the Bible, but that's what the Bible says. Debunk it, rewrite it, burn it up, and rewrite your own African and put in your elephants and your giraffes and your freaking zebras in the book. But those animals don't exist in those books. But go ahead with your third question.
That was my first. All right. Let me see. Okay, so he really didn't answer that, ladies and gentlemen. Man, okay. So you didn't answer that at all. Can you give us proof that Israel is in Utah, like you said?
That's your question. Not about the debate. Okay, so you want to get off topic. So you're asking me what is one of my main points to prove how Utah is the land of Israel. In the book of Deuteronomy, when the Most High talks about what is it, Deuteronomy 17, the Most High 17. No, Leviticus 26, when in Leviticus 26 it talks about how the Most High would plague the land. And then how he would make it a desert and basically a salt flask, which is basically salt. He would plague the land with salt and desert. Now, when you go to Utah, of course, you already know Utah is, desert, yeah. But did you also know that that land is plagued with salt? Anybody could look it up, Google it. It's called the Utah Salt Flask. And you're going to see miles upon miles of white salt on the ground, just like the Bible says the land of Israel was plagued with. And if you guys claim that you guys are cursed and you're not in the land, then the curse of Leviticus 26 is still in effect, and that land should have salt in it also with desert.
You're doing too much. You're doing too much. Now, so who put all the Native Americans in slavery in this American Egypt? Who's the name of this Pharaoh over here in the Americas? I need to know. I need a source, a reference, and a Chicago Manual style citation with a peer review article backing this nonsense up. Go ahead.
Now, again,
like I said, when we talk about the Bible and how it mentions things that only exist in the Americas, right? So this is how we could tell what's real and what's fake. Now, I find it funny that the scriptures talk about the Egyptians. And I read for you guys in the first book of Maccabees how Simeon built pyramids, for his mother, brothers, and they built seven pyramids in there, and that the Israelites started building pyramids. Now, if Egypt is known for building pyramids, and the Israelites, again, they bit off the Egyptians, right, of building pyramids, why is it that the most pyramids exist over here in the Americas and not nowhere else on the planet? So yes, it would make biblically sense that the land of Egypt, or Mizraim, because that's not Egypt, is a later on term, because people do put these names on it, but it doesn't make it the biblical nation. Mizraim was known for making pyramids, and again, like I said, the most pyramids exist over here in the Americas by far. That's like today, like today, right? That's like comparing cities like skyscrapers. So whatever country has the most skyscrapers, they're considered to be what? High class and overclass. Well, that's exactly what it was with the Egyptians. Their pyramids would look like today as the skyscrapers. So why is it that in today's society, the Native Americans built basically the most skyscrapers by far, which is an Egyptian custom? Can't get around that.
Okay, so I asked for the location. You said Israel's in Utah. I need to know what. No, you're not getting up out of here. Where the hell is Egypt at? What city? Is it in Memphis, Tennessee? Is that where you got it down there? Where is Egypt? And who's the American Indian Pharaoh that put them in slavery? Go ahead, bro. You didn't answer the question. Go ahead. We waiting. You rain dancing around is what you're doing.
That's a ridiculous question, because everybody knows that the Native Americans from North, Central, and South America, the majority lost their heritage, so that you can't even get that information unless you're hearing it, like I already told you, from the elders, right? And what the elders say. And I already showed you how the elders show you about the creation story, how they prophesied even about Christ. But go ahead with your next question.
No, I'm not satisfied with that, because I asked you. You said that you made it. You said Israel was in Utah, so you know where Israel at. So then, how did they get to Utah? Because they left the Exodus. What part of the United States was this Egypt? Was it in Memphis, Tennessee? Where was it at? Was it in East St. Louis? Where was it at? How far did they walk? Where did they get lost in the wilderness for 40 years? You ain't proved none of that, bro. Now I'm gonna ask you again. Where's Egypt?
I'll prove that. I'll prove that when we have that debate about is Israel over here in the Americas. But today we're having a debate about America's Shemites or Japites. I would love to stay on topic, and everybody sees that you're running from the topic at hand because you have nothing. But go ahead with your next question. And try to stay on topic.
No, be quiet. Answer the question. You brought up the Americans and Israel in this debate. You did first. You did. So I'm gonna go to the next question. Y'all see, he don't know. Okay, hold on. Where is? Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. How about this one? Where did Taharka? Hold on. Where were some of the battles? Where's the walls of Jericho here in America? According to the American the Bible. No, how about this one? Where was Christ crucified at? Here in America. Go ahead.
Okay, so you want to talk about Christ being crucified in the Americas. Well, here's your proof that Christ was over here in the Americas. Once again, your Bible. Your Bible tells you that Christ was over here in the Americas. How do I know that? Your Bible, it don't matter what Bible version you want to pull up. How do I know Christ is over here in the Americas? Because the Bible says that he walked through the cornfields, and how him and his disciples, meaning John, all of them ate off the corn. And again, what does corn come from, sir? So when you ask me silly questions about where was Christ crucified, and you're over here talking about, oh, well, this is the Americas. You're over here saying you're bugged out because it's the Americas. Well, it's not my fault that your Bible tells you that Christ walked around the cornfields. And you can't even get around it, because even in the Greek, it means corn. Doesn't mean maize. It doesn't mean anything like in the Hebrew, but in the Greek, it just means corn. So yes, the Bible proves where Christ was. Again, I don't have to play word games. I don't have to play ad hominems and stuff like that. The Bible tells you where it's at. So where did Christ get crucified? He must have got crucified over here when he was preaching the gospel, walking through the cornfields, and him and his disciples were just eating off the top of the damn corn. So that's how I know.
I'm not accepting that, bro. So what? Okay, so which cornfields did he walk through? Iowa, Kentucky, Illinois? You mean tell me because the scriptures say somebody walking through a cornfield, you want to associate it with the Americans? Let's go to the next question, man. This is getting out of hand. Okay. All right. Let me see. Let me get you. Hold up. Let me line you up. All right. So, what historical evidence supports the location of ancient Israel in the Americas? What historical evidence support the location of ancient Israel in the Americas, sir? Give us something. I need historical evidence. No, he ran away, y'all. How do historical records from neighboring ancient civilizations collaborate with the presence of Israel in the Americas? Here, I got another one for you. Which one you want? Which one you want?
So you're asking for historical references. I already gave you historical references. Again, the Book of Mormon, regardless if you want to accept it or not, it is a book that goes back over 150 years ago. So that will be an historical book. That would be an historical account of a book teaching that these people over here in the Americas were Native Americans. I also showed you articles from Jews, from Christians. I even showed you books from Jews and Christians, all saying that these people over here in the America were Israelites. And not only that, that this was the promised land. So I don't know why you're asking me a rhetorical question, which I already answered thoroughly during these rounds. And that was your final question. You suck.
I got one more, bro. I got one more question. I got one more. Yeah, don't try to get up out of here to my final question. No, sir, buddy. All right, let me see.
That was number 6, bro. That was number 6.
That was 4. How many?
His second question. Y'all kind of had. You got one more.
Yeah, he trying to get up out of here. All right, now here go my last. Okay, so how many I got more? I got what? 2 more, right? Yeah, he trying one more. All right. Now as y'all can see, this guy has made up his own doctrine. So my question is, I want you to distinguish all 12 tribes of the Israelites, but naming the ones over here, like the Iroquois, they Judah, and goddamn it, the Apache, they the tribe of Gad, and then the I need to know. I hope you understand this question. First of all, which one of these Native American tribes are out here on the corners telling y'all in America, because y'all say y'all are Israelites, that they are the tribe of Judah? That's my question. Go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Again, like I said, he obviously did not pay attention to my third round. In my third round, Wavy, did I not show natives from Peru that were claiming that they were Israelites? I even showed you how these natives were wearing the ephod plate, which is the Levitical priest, only the Levitical priest wore. And these people have been preaching that they're Israelites before One West even came out. So I did answer your question. You should have paid attention when I was showing those slides.
Okay, so who is Judah? Let me look, because I couldn't really hear, bro. I told y'all through the whole debate. So
that wasn't your question. That wasn't your question.
That wasn't your question. Who is Judah?
No, who? I didn't. About to close out. I appreciate everybody. Hey, man. Hey, I appreciate everybody for coming through, man. I appreciate everybody for coming through. Uncle JJ and Misery, man, they put on the show. Uncle JJ and Misery put on the show. I'm gonna let both of the brothers close out real quick. Like I said, appreciate everybody coming through. Like, share, and subscribe. Monday morning quarterback. We'll do a review Monday morning quarterback. This shit was funny as hell. Uncle JJ don't like going first, so I'm gonna let Misery close out right here. Misery, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to close out, brother. You got the flow.
As you brothers and sisters see, it was a bloodbath tonight. The brother did not show any source about natives being descendants of Japheth throughout all 3 of his rounds. Everybody saw that in all of my rounds, I proved that not only the people were saying that this was the promised land, making it the land of Shem, but that these people were Shemites and Israelites. And then y'all thoroughly saw me debunk JJ's sources, all 3 of them, that about the DNA aspect, the language aspect, and how his own source basically showed up how natives were actually Hamites and not even Japhites. So right there shot himself in the foot. So I hope you brothers paid attention to JJ's first and second and even third round, and you guys will realize that he was not on topic, and this was an easy win. Like I said, I don't even know why people were waiting 5 years for this, because like I told you guys from the beginning, these guys cannot answer anything biblically. They're scared of the Bible. Everybody saw I was the only one that brought up the Bible, brought up and stayed on the topic at hand. And in questioning and answering question round, everybody saw that JJ couldn't answer none of the questions biblically, but every question he asked me, I answered it with the Bible, and he was confused because he doesn't know the Bible. And with that, I would say shalom to my native brothers and sisters. I hope y'all brothers enjoy this. I know your brothers is probably going to be streaming this later on your channels and, dissecting, this bloodbath that took place today. Shout out to everybody. And JJ, like I said, bro, step your game up. It was a good debate. So shalom, bro.
All right. Uncle JJ, I'm gonna
Thank you, ma'am. Fuck. Well, listen, y'all can make the decisions up as to what you want to say and believe in. You know what I mean? I was over there chopping it up with some of them, talking shit. But they're always gonna run. So, with all that being said, man, I hope you guys appreciate the live. I did it, you know what I'm saying, for the sake of the brother. And again, look, listen, I don't believe this is the old world. I for real. And that's something he knows, right? You know what I'm saying? We never debated about it. And I think we would have probably done it. But to be quite frank with you, at this moment, when you are a wise individual, it's like the scriptures say, know your audience. Know what you're dealing with. The Most High gives you a certain type of wisdom to analyze situations. Like, is it really like for example, I have a son, you know what I'm saying? My son's autistic, so, and he's older, you know what I'm saying? He's a man, so it's not the same shit, right? And I have to pick my fights with him. Like, I really do have to pick my fights. So I've learned to understand which things should I really fucking focus on, and or like, where can I come with at least the similarity, understanding of who we are according to the Bible, and then how can we find a middle ground, or at least a clarity where I may be wrong or he may be wrong. You know what I'm saying? This may be the old world, fam. I'm not saying it ain't, but at the same time, he may be wrong. We see everything in part, but either way, I'm not supporting somebody that is a Christian. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm supporting my gente that believes in who we are according to the Bible. The brother spent 4 hours breaking this stuff down. And to me, that says enough about like who we are, and at least who he is. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Nah, that's bullshit. Okay, so here's the deal. Okay, so I did say, he's like, oh, he keep bringing out DNA, right? DNA. Okay, so I'm gonna show you my shit.
And I think that's probably why the Most High allowed it to be this way. Because this is not why I even believe this stuff. This happened way after my belief. You know what I'm saying? 2 years ago. I've been through this. I've been in this since 2016, 2018. That's like roughly around the walk where I started, okay? So look, I'm going to show you. So I did my DNA, right? Like that dude saying, where's your DNA? Okay, so I'll show you. Okay, so that's my, legal name and shit, right? I don't give a fuck. You guys can try to find me. Trust me, you can find me. You just let me know when you want me to find you, and I'll find you too. It says here, recent analysis talked about supposedly that, I'm like 92% or 91% from the Americas, predominantly Mexican and then Peruvian. That's like the most recent, right? Like supposedly. Now, when you look at advanced analysis, it says here that I am technically, right? Technically, when you look further into me, I'm technically the more South American, Peruvian, Mexican, more Peruvian than Mexican, meaning like I'm from the Aymara Quechua tribe. You know what I'm saying? That's why, I showed you guys some of my classes, right? Now, here's the interesting part. So when you look at the fact that it says that 92%, indigenous, meaning I don't have no fucking white blood in me, like maybe 1%, whatever that means. But I'm indigenous, you know what I'm saying? That's why the Most High gave me the spirit of understanding the scriptures. That's why it comes so easy to me. And I'm not boasting, because I was a bottom barrel alcoholic. So when I say these things, it's because it's saving my life, okay? And I get the authority to express these things to you, brothers and sisters. And when I'm wrong, somebody please correct me and show me, because I will embrace it. Like the brother Rayak that I talked to, we do bump heads, but then he proves a point and I have to shut the fuck up. So you know what I'm saying? So we bounce each other's minds and shit. So anyways, so just check this out. So now let's go to the white man sign, since they're talking about DNA, right? So, we see that I'm 92% indigenous. Okay, sounds good. But then it says here that, my tracer is like Peruvian, Mexican, right? So all that stuff. Like, and then you go back. Oh, hold on a second. I want to show you this because, Africanus, Americanus, right? The ones that hate us, they will say, oh, look, he's Chinese. For whatever reason, that came in there. Fine. I'll accept it. It is what it is. I can't fucking deny it. But then it says Peruvian. Again, he sounds like, right? So you're like, he's Chinese. Okay, sounds good. And then Peruvian, and then Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican. Now look at the years. 1745 AD, 1720 AD, right? So we're going further. Now it's talking about like 11 generations back. Now let's go to the right side. 13 generations back. So now it's going further into the years, right? 15 generations back. 1545 AD, like around the time when the Spaniards came, black and white ones, right? Like I'm here. My family's here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like 1495 AD. That means like I was here when they fucking came. Let's make that clear. It means my family, my bloodline has been here since they fucking came. Okay? 1470, 1532. So now it's going to skip. Now it's going to say that they trace my bloodline since 245 AD. Okay? Now, I've said with y'all that we are Hebrews and we migrated from a certain area. Okay? Check it out now. Now, here is where some people said, he's I1B, he's a white boy. No, because that branch, if you look at science, because that's what we're going to use right now, comes from Africa, supposedly, and then it ends up here, and then it branches out. Okay? So, here's what it's going to say that my father is from, my forefathers. Not Spain, not Africa. Okay? It's done. Do you know where my forefathers come from? Right there. That's my DNA family. That's Nineveh. That's where Abraham sojourned after he left the Ur of the Chaldees. So this is why I tell people, listen, I don't know why the Most High allowed me to have this kind of information. I don't know. Maybe he wanted me to be like, yo, listen, man, I need you to be the one to shut the fuck up. Shut these people up. Because they're going to try to say that, well, your DNA, okay, sounds good. Well, I did not come alone, did I? And my bloodline shows that I did not come after 1492, did I? My advanced analysis says that I've been here for more than 2,000 years, but my forefathers come from this fucking region. Come on, Sam.
listen, I can tell you a bunch of lies and, you know what I'm saying, make up shit. But, you know, when you want to use somebody and say, okay, you're not Hebrews, but we use the Bible, we use historical books, we use facts, then you want to say, no, we don't believe it. So listen, fam, 4 hours and 15 minutes. Thank you very much for fucking being here today. I appreciate y'all for showing support because it's not about me. It's about the brother doing his thing, man. And again, one of these days we'll get to talk about it. But I'm in no rush, man, because you know what? We're doing the Lord's work. It's just like in the scriptures, it talks about that. Let me see if I can find it. Which one is it? There's a scripture that talks about the prophets are saying, hey, the Messiah, they're like, hey, man, they're teaching in your name, bro. And, you know, we need to tell them to shut up. And he's like, nah, it's all good. That's the way it should be. You know what I'm saying? They don't get to speak about me unless I give them authority. So the Most High works in his mysterious ways. I'm not saying that he's wrong, and I'm not saying I'm wrong, nor am I saying he's right, and I'm saying I'm right. What I'm saying is we see things in part. But for the first time in a long time, our people are starting to wake up. You know what I'm saying? For the first time, you guys are seeing like our people like debating on this and putting these Canaanites in their place. A lot of you guys came from this little tribal hood that made you believe that you weren't worthy. That, you know, you were just a donkey. That, you know what I'm saying? You just work hard, keep your head down, and shut the fuck up. It's what they teach you in those fucking rooms. Good night, fam. I hope to see you next week. I do have a heavy-duty class, by the way. Yeah. See you next week. We're going to play some music and we're out.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, te cuentan. Ya, escúchame. Ya, los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaza es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás encuesta pal. Político en vez de patrullas en vez de camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de combo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el cerro sobrino peruano de cumplir hermano pariente papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémica, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culo, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. Autoeducación, mi camino se enfoca la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la friuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censura, emite basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, pues no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, pues no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una BD que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses, oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon. Rolling Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún delegado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta en la 100.
Hay violaciones, extracciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto morbo, el morbo están alimentando, ves, no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía, algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto morbo, el morbo están alimentando, ves, no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en bilis para que vivan en la fantasía, algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
Entre quien escribe y quien dice frases bonitas, en el interludio de quién eres y qué imitas, entre lo que fue pero acabó y aún lo meditas, están quienes lo describen. Afroditas, la melancolía entre tantos casos adversos. No conozco tu historia y sé que debe tener tropiezos. Es empatía lo que deben dictar mis versos. Y quiero que al escucharlo no solo yo aprenda de eso. Pertenezco al tipo de persona poblacional reducido que se clarifica normalmente por escrito. No sé si tú, sé que si yo tengo motivos, tengo la fe para dar más de lo que digo. Si el poder está en la palabra, entonces habla. Si la energía te perdió, debes buscarla. Si todo sale bien, no olvides cuidar tu espalda. Y si todo sale mal, en ese ritmo también baila. Abracadabra invisible ante los matices. Con dopamina laminé mis cicatrices. A los totazos hice que el pasado extirpe. Y como pirómano gocé del fuego de mi eclipse. Pasarán lloviznas y tormentas, días lentos, luego noches eternas. Notarás que el tiempo nunca frena, aunque pidas descanso, como sea. Pasarán lloviznas y tormentas, días lentos, luego noches eternas. Notarás que el tiempo nunca frena, aunque pidas descanso. ¿Cómo? Mientras respiro, retomo, recuerdo, vuelvo y me hundo. Solo siento que lo digo, si lo narra algo profundo. No me importa el lugar, llegar en primero o segundo. Si el beat se deja llevar, me le monto y lo escupo. En nombre de lo divino, sobre lo que diga sumo. En nombre de lo que dije, mi reacción y cómo actúo. En nombre de la reacción que sea en el momento oportuno. Y bendice a quien me hizo mal, sabes que no mido mi pulso. Tiempo fuera, checkmate, jaque mate. Minuto y medio y no he sacado mis haces. Secreto no es, llevo compases en la sangre. Por eso es que cuando escribo solo pido el pisto alcance. Para hablar claro, para mí esto nunca fue moda. Sé que escribo desde que tengo memoria. No tuve afán de escenario y miles personas. Soy número 1 fan de estar en mi cuarto a solas. Salud o enfermedad, el rap fue el único antídoto. Si pensé no dar más, mi bafle fue el que devotó. También dije te amo a quien después le sentí odio. Fue testigo de mi ira y volver a hacerlo si lo evoco. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Pasarán lloviznas y tormentas, días lentos, luego noches eternas. Notarás que el tiempo nunca frena, aunque pidas descanso, como sea. Pasarán lloviznas y tormentas, días lentos, luego noches eternas. Notarás que el tiempo nunca frena, aunque pidas descanso, como sea.
Y va de nuevo mi tono.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África Eso lo Marruecos, estos canallas. Se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas. Con la Valdivia precolombina desde hace tiempo. Este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Bandido, todo el barrio prendido, siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra, no me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote, un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote, me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote, pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote, me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia, que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia, yo no cargo nada, no pas mi presencia, pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias, si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle, no puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle, no quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle, quiere mi dinero pero que chinga su madre, a la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente quien les dijo que es trabajo, puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo, loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país, todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs, pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho bien truchas con la polis, loco en Guanajuato con los ojos bien tumbados, de coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados, atento si prendo un blunt, en cabina cuando grabo represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la sed bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa Lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en canala o en hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo el expresidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi yo, yipi yucas. Buenas Montecrin, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey, ey, los machidones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ donde que los scratches. Desde alzada mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Viven huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's a real love, man, I never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para allá favor, no. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rasta Giant familia. Familia, familia, Magna Boy son familia, ya no maniga.
هوا ديالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هني بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري هوا ديالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هني بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري Tuve un sueño donde no había amor se perdía el color de una flor se marchaba lentamente con el sol en el horizonte pude hacer algo para calmar mi dolor y es por eso que le pongo flow vibrando alto siempre Burruco bimba y es que todo por la familia Burruco bimba y es por eso vengo a bendecir Burruco bimba y es que todo por la familia Burruco bimba y es por eso vengo a bendecir
Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rasta Giant familia. Familia, familia, Magna Boy son familia, ya no maniga.
Magna super slalom, subiendo a nuevo escalón Metallic in the salon, esquivo like Sil Stallone Estos bitch van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón Aunque me enrollo nada cáñamo, nunca me paro Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir Buscan el elixir, está metalizado Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir Sexy flow y skill con este descaro Si familia necesita de ti, fíjalo Burruco connection Antarctic Field, dígalo A mí nadie aérea de París, día yo Los magnates han llegado, están aquí, dígalo Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas Es la vida en ámbar Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida Yo llevaré tus bambas Familia, familia Fighting the hate and the media Familia, familia It's original, man. Familia, familia Fighting the hate and the media Familia, familia Yo soy un rocket, ellos a brillar Con los míos siempre se lo baila Menea melena, remueve la vaina Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga Son los magna de boss final Con los míos siempre se lo baila Menea melena, remueve la vaina Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto para que no se caiga Son los magna de boss final Disparo a millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida urgo Los manates la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar piltrafillas de no nos pilla y se va con la furgo Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura Quizás llega la locura de mi turbo Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo
Niño prepara la compota que la pera pasa
Pero vinimos a mejorarla
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad
Saben que no puedo pagarla
Si pones ritmo y los manes les toca 4 patas ¿Quieres esa vaina va a probarla? Estoy aquí en el party donde sacata What the fuck, what the girl, what an alma Viven muriendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's a real love, man, I never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para allá favor, no. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rasta Giant familia. Familia, familia, Magna Boy son familia, ya no maniga. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los míos, Magna Gate, while I fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los manas y saqué, while I fire them. I gotta stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and this
fire burn if you low it. Key cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody no kill them. In a crazy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody no kill them. It's a crispy style. Tally, no fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familiar, Rasta chai is familiar. Kikray is familiar. Pure nego is familiar. Sico, Key Magneto, familia. Es el que está en la mínima. Familia. Compactar más cristaleras. Familia. Rasta y Zion familia. Magna boy que te hablaste, manego.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.